Welcome, everybody, to the legendary Ralph Tasker Arena here in Hobbs, New Mexico, as the Lady Eagles are going to be starting the 2025-2026 season, and it's going to be a good one. It's going to be against the team that knocked them out of the playoffs last season. In fact, they were the only team that were able to beat this Hobbs squad in all their games. They had the bookmark, basically, of losses for Sandia and the Lady Matadors. So it'll be interesting to see how Hobbs has been able to come back and be strong against this team, who, once again, like I said, have beaten them twice in the last two meetings. This is Ron Gunner. I have my bro, Jared Bear, next to me, taking care of the camera work. And it's going to be a good game, a doubleheader, as you can see. Going to have the Hobbs Eagles facing Sandia. First, it'll be the Lady Matadors, and then after that, the Hobbs Eagles will face the Matadors of Sandia. And once again, we'll talk about that as it happens. But for right now, let's concentrate on quickly getting this pregame started as far as what we're expecting to see from Sandia and the Lady Matadors. They have 6 returning players from last season, so that may help a little bit. And it'll be a good starting lineup. Actually, there's a couple of players that are very young. They were playing 8th grade last year. Now they're in 9th grade, of course. And we've got Chloe Brown starting off. She is a senior. She'll be wearing the number 3, along with Naomi Randall. She is wearing number 13. Did not get her her year as far as where she's at as far as school goes. Naomi Randall is next. She is wearing number 13. Alyssa Tinono is going to be on the court at number 20. She is a sophomore, along with Kaya Benali. She is a captain and a sophomore as well, wearing number 25. And Michaela Hogan, a 9th grader, also a starter as well. So, you know, she's got to have some skills if she's already starting the game at number 33. As you can see from the video, the warm-ups are taking place right now. We've got about 8 minutes to go, which means roughly 6 minutes before the national anthem usually, and that comes across. And, of course, we'll take a break during that time. But for the moment, Sandia Lady Matadors finished the season 30-1. Pretty impressive considering. And 8-0 in the district. Head coach Lee Kidding is still around. Their next game is going to be against Cibola. That'll be on the 25th after this one, of course. So we got some players coming back. They have been strong. One of the things that I noticed that they can do against this Lady Eagles team is slow them down to a crawl. In fact, the Lady Matadors have won the last 2 games. That has been their biggest win streak against this team. 6-2 is what they had overall for the record before that, so 6-0. And, of course, 0-2 since then. 47-38 was the final score for the last game they faced. That was, of course, in the playoffs. In the first game of the season, it was 53-48, a 5-point differential. Hobbs just could not get the momentum going like they had the rest of the season. But for that point, it was a fight back. And you thought it would be a closer game in the second game, which, of course, again happened in the playoffs. 47-38, though, that is going to be a 9-point difference. So not better for Hobbs, but worse, and they're probably going to be playing with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, reminding themselves that this is the team that knocked them out of the playoffs just a year ago. And they've always been a young team, and that's kind of what we've loved about them as far as they've been able to get up and down the court without any problems. They've been very fast. And let's see what the starters are for Hobbs. Starting off with Madison Zapata. She is a senior and a point guard, along with number 14, Jordan Mendoza. Jordan is a junior and will have a height of 5'10", at least that's what she's marked down for on the record. Number 22 will be going out there, Zayla Hardison. She is a junior, also 5'10". Number 24, Zoe Ross, is an 8th grader. Surprise that she'll be starting. And Alana Armitage, who has been a very good bench player. It looks like she's going to continue the bench, as she is not as a listed starter, at least so far this season, but this is game 1 of the Lady Eagles. We can't forget, last but least, it is Kaislyn Munez. She is a junior, So on the floor to start the game, we've only got one senior, Zapata. So you know the bench is going to be deep as well. It always is. And you won't be able to tell the bench from the starters after this game gets started. Looking to see if they're going to start a press against this Sandia team, or if Sandia is going to be dictating the pace. And it seems like from the last couple of games, that's exactly what the Matadors have done. But there may be enough change in the personnel that they may not happen. So we will find out, of course, together as this game gets started. We've got 5 minutes to go, just under 5 minutes. We've got the national anthem. We'll go continue on. Give you a few more facts on this one as the last two games, like I said, let's see, it was 53-48 to start the season. And Hobbs was down by 8 at the first quarter. It was 21-3 at the first quarter end. By the halftime, it was a score of 22-29. So it gotten a little closer. 9 points for the Eagles, 8 for the Matadors. And that's what got you into halftime. But not a whole lot of scoring after that. 11 points for Hobbs as they were held to 11. And Sandia just one more point on that point, and that was 12 in the third quarter. Fourth quarter, Hobbs tried to come back, didn't quite do it, just got 3 points more than Sandia. 15-12 was the final on the fourth quarter, and the final again was 53-48.
And the Tasker Pitch Band, assisted by Adam Bryant on the bass guitar.
Of course, as you can hear, the Hobbs band, strong as ever. Taskovich playing here.
Who has over 50 years of experience here at Tasker Arena, so give it up for Jenner Mason.
You can see some of those wild shots that Hobbs is practicing. I have a feeling that Coach Carpenter is going to be prepared once again to be able to take on these teams. He's a mid-range to a late-season guy, but he does understand that you've got to get these girls trained, get them motivated, and make sure that they know exactly their skill set, and they usually does. And that's usually the reason why he has such a great team year after year after year, even after having and suffering a loss from injury for the couple years that he had, like with, what was it, not Sovereign, but with Anthony. When she went down, Wisdom Anthony, it was a kind of a restructuring of the team, and they were able to do so pretty quickly. Let's pause for a moment, take a breather, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes after the national anthem to get you started on Hobbs Lady Eagle basketball right here on HobbsAmerica.com and on YouTube. Eagles leaving the court so they can make their grand entrance or entrance on this one once again. Welcome to the opening game and the home opener as well for the Lady Eagles as they face a tough, always tough Sandia Lady Matadors. Again, Hobbs does hold the record of 6-2 against this squad, but it has been 0-2 since last year, losing both those games. Kind of booked in their season as well with a loss on both ends, and Hobbs ended up with a 29-2 record. Again, Sandia 30-1 overall. Of course, we can't forget the assistant coaches like Sydney Hill, Selena Ornales, along with Gabriel Ray, Misty Hall, Terrell Wright, and of course the head coach, Joe Carpenter, who had such success in Roswell, and now even bigger success here in Hobbs under the lights of the Tasker Arena, as well as on the road. Once again, the starters for Sandia: Chloe Brown, Naomi Randall, Elisa Tinono, along with Kaya Benali. Elisa, I already said her name, sorry. Michaela Hogan. And the head coach is Lee Keating. And for the Hobbs Lady Eagles, it'll be Madison Zepeda, number 4, senior, along with Jordan Mendoza. She is going to be wearing number 14, the junior. Kaylee Hardison, junior as well, number 22. She's listed at 5'10". Zoe Ross, number 24, is listed as an 8th grader. And Kaislyn Muniz, the junior shooting guard, at number 33. As the Hobbs Eagles are playing in Cleveland in the Rio Rancho area. Last time I saw, the score was unfortunately 40-10 in the 4th quarter. We'll keep tabs of that as here come the Lady Eagles getting ready to start this game as well. First game of the season, and already, I can see us in just a couple of weeks coming down here for the holiday tournament, which will be at the end of the year. It'll be just before the end of the year, which is, of course, New Year's Eve. So instead of being on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, it'll be on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So it'll be a little different about that. Going to go ahead and take a break, get the national anthem in, and we'll be back in just a moment as we continue coverage right here on HobbsAmerica.com and on YouTube. We'll be right back. Everybody getting ready for the introductions here in just a moment as we have the school fight song going on right now. Thank you much for being here. I'm Ron Gunner. And we have Ty Friend in Rio Rancho along with Sovereign Anthony taking care of the football duties. And last time I checked, it was a score of 47-16 in the third quarter still. 31-point differential, but Hobbs still trying to hang in there. I know they had a couple of an interception and I think a fumble recovery as well to give them those 10 points. They started off with the field goal first and then got the touchdown before the halftime. So it was at one point 30-10, I believe it was, and then it became 40-10 in the fourth quarter. I think they had a chance to get a field goal at one point, and apparently they missed that opportunity, but nevertheless, so Hobbs fighting strong, and the next opponent that whoever wins, looks like it'll be Cleveland at this point, but you never know, will be Las Cruces, as they have taken on and beaten La Cueva by the score of 44-7.
Number 14, Mia Wright.
So Mia Wright on there, number 14, along with Hugaboom. And Romana Jaramillo. Taya Becker out there, number 23. Jezariah Edwards is wearing number 24 for the Matadors, Lady Matadors. Nakaya Locke.
Number 3, Chloe Brown.
And then Chloe Brown, number 3, going to be the senior starter captain as well. Naomi Randall is wearing number 13.
Number 20, Alicia Tenario.
Tenario. Okay, so I had
Number
that.
25, Kaya
Tenario for number 20. Number 25, Michaela Hogan, ninth grader. Actually, Michaela Hogan is the ninth grader. It is Kaya Benali, sophomore, and also a captain as well. Lee Ketting, once again, coach for this Lady Matadors team. So now we're getting the Lady Eagles introduced. And I cannot believe that Eliana Marmitech, she is such a strong presence on the floor. Every time you know she's out there, every time she's out there. But she will be starting on the bench, number 12, as a senior, along with Maya Mojico, and then she is a sophomore. Audrey Mackey out there is a freshman. Katie Godwin out there as well, a senior. Madison, a strong player from last season, actually every season. Jordan Mendoza out there as well, a junior. Zaylee Hardison, a junior, so younger than normal, starting off. Zoe Ross, an 8th grader. And Kaislyn Muñez, also out there for the starting 5. We've got a couple of 5'10"ers out there already. So it'll be interesting to see who gets the tip to start this thing off, as Joey Carpenter once again, after another year and another hope of getting into the playoffs. I think last year was their first time that they did not get into the championship in quite a little while. Teams are getting ready for the tip-off. 3:08 is the time. Looks like the winner will be Hobbs. And we are underway, as it is Mendoza who has the ball right now, gets it over to the left-hand side for a 3-shot up on the arc. Misses, and there will be no rebound, as that was a shot put up by Munoz. But it will be continued to be Hobbs' ball, so no turnover on that one. Inbounding it will be Zepeda. Tried to get it to Mendoza, but just could not get it in her hands, was blocked out. And so it'll be going still for the Hobbs Eagles. The Lady Eagles will inbound it. Tried to get a catch and shoot on that one, but it did not work. Instead, she stumbled backwards, and that means the first turnover for Hardison and the Lady Eagles. Very uncharacteristic of them so far. Gets it into the front, threw it to the front court, but lost it out of bounds, as you can see. And that was thrown to Naomi Randall. So turnover for the Matadors. High pass just got over the head as that was trying to get to Zepeda, but her 5'2" just could not reach up high enough. Goes back towards the Matadors as they're getting a full court press from the Lady Eagles. Be going a bad pass, got deflected and stolen by, that would be Mendoza. Shot from 10 foot, actually about 8 foot away, misses. Hobbs already with the rebound, or not the rebound, but the return, the steal, trying to get it in, but unfortunately Zepeda just could not get it above the ground. And that'll be a shot put in, not put in, but attempted, and the foul will be called. Munoz will be going to the line, and that'll be against Sandia.
First team foul, the Lady Matadors.
And that'll be against Hogan, her first. So no score yet, as the first one will go in from the free throw line. And that'll be from Kaysen Muniz. Second one also in, 2-0 so far early in this game, as she was able to make both those free throws. More press from Hobbs as they do get it across the timeline, gets it to an open shooter, but could not make it for Hogan. Got her own rebound, but nothing more than that. So it'll still stay Sandia ball. 6:35 remaining in the first quarter. This goes out to the arc. She decided not to take the three, but instead will do that on the left arc. And that was a shot tried to put in by Kaya Benali, and Benali missed. Looks like it went out of bounds, no rebound, so Benali to inbound it once again. 6:32 now. Goes to the arc, tries for a three downtown, hits the back of the rim, and will be taken by Sandia. Once again, that was Brown to get the rebound. Over to the right, inside the paint, goes back out again, tries to find something, but instead runs out of room. It looks like she went out of bounds, so it'll be ball back to the Lady Eagles. 2 turnovers for each side so far in this early game. Employing a little bit of a press as they get it across the timeline. Going to go coast to coast, tried to get it in, but could not. Of course, that was Munoz, and did not draw the foul. So only one foul called so far, as that one went out of bounds. Off to the left, trying for a nice running right hand, misses, and that is going to be Munoz once again with a shot attempt. So it goes back the other way. 3-pointer up, and off the front of the rim will be taken care of by Zepeda for the rebound. And at the top of the arc now going to the right. Thought about a three for a second, did not. Instead going to drive the lane, going to go up for a 2-point shot. Got a nice bounce, and that will go in for the substitution right now, as Navarro has just gotten out on the floor and already made 2 points. Back the other way quickly as it gets into Hogan's hands. And she is able to put up a nice, easy layup of 2. Four to 2 is the score. There we go. And it goes like that. It is 6-4. Never take your eye off the ball, otherwise the girls will get that big score. Going back the other way, almost threw it out of bounds. Hogan was able to save it, but the Lady Eagles, of course, on top of that, getting back the other way. And we'll try to drive the lane. Looks like it'll be a shot from the right-hand side from the arc. And that won't be made, but that'll be Mojica who tried that shot, as the bench is out already. Taking care of some business. Inside lane pass. And that'll be to Naomi Randall, getting her 2. 6-4 is the score as the Lady Eagles, top of the arc, going to go shoot for a three, misses off the front, and will be rebounded by Sandia. That shot was provided by Navarrillo. Just had the clock stop for a second as that one is going to be a foul.
Fouls on number 30, Aurelie Navarro.
And that'll be her first, Navi Navarro. And on the line to shoot two. Misses that one. And Hogan misses her first of two. She has 2 points already. One more opportunity to make a free throw. 6-4 is the score right now. As it is the end of the third quarter, Artesia up by 4 over Lovington in the playoff game. That one gets in after the second miss. And it will be Chloe Brown with 2. Going the other way quickly is Hobbs. Going to the left arc, getting inside, driving the lane. Falls as she tried to get a shot put up, but instead no foul, and goes back the other way for the Matadors. We'll be going into the hands now of Tenero. Back out, tries for a long three, misses off the side of the rim, and will be rebounded by Hobbs. As a quick fast point should be happening right now, and it does not get the roll that she wanted. That was from Rivera. She just missed that roll, had a good opportunity all alone, but again, could not get that to sink. Matadors the other way now, just underneath the basket as trying to lay it up, just could not get it in, and too many hands in front of her to get that to fall.
Fouls on number 22, Zaylee Hardison.
And Hardison is going to draw her first foul.
Second team foul, the Eagles.
Second for the team. Only 2 for Hobbs and 1 for Sandia at this point. Non-shooting foul. So inbounded, another three-pointer from way downtown. Misses, rebound, almost taken, but instead looks like there'll be a foul, as that was
Fouls on number 13, Naomi
Mendoza who got fouled on that one.
Second team foul, the Lady Matadors. Checking in for the Matadors.
So Randall's first, team second.
Edwards.
Oh, and that's right, 6-6 is the score right now. As Hobbs gets it across the timeline with the help of Munez. Work to the top of the arc and instead draw the foul. And the foul is going to go against Kaya Benali.
Fouls on number 25, Kaya Benali, her first. Third team foul.
Third team foul, first for Benali as they get it back to the across the timeline. Into the hands of Ross. Ross is going to go ahead and get to the top of the arc. Shoot a three, misses off the side of the rim. And the rebound for a second was in the hands of the Eagle. And that looked like it was Hardison who had it for a moment, lost out of bounds, and it will go back to Sandia. Got a little bit of way with a walk on that one, but still, nevertheless, an open 2 as Hobbs is caught flat-footed. Hogan gets it for the assist. And the and one as it was Edwards who was able to get that shot, plus they get the and one. We've got a timeout on the court. We'll take one with them as we continue on right here on the Hobbs Eagles Network. All right, we are back right here, and Ralph Tasker as the and one is going to be put up and drilled. Hobbs with the ball quickly, as we'll have an update for you on Hobbs' Cleveland game. Three-pointer from Zepeda. She is able to get that one in. Let's see, that was let's see what happened, but it is definitely Hobbs' ball. Got that barely into the hands of her teammate. That was Hardison for losing the ball and going the other way for Sandia. Nice shot for a three, misses. Rebound finally gets in the hands of Hogan, and she is able to get that one in for two. And it helps be on the right side.
Checking in for the Lady Eagles, number 33.
So 11-9 right now is the score. Nice pass, but intercepted, and that is going to be taken away by Mendoza. Three-pointer up and good from the left arc. And that is going to be by
30-second timeout, Lady Matador.
Zoe Ross, her first. Timeout by the Lady Matadors. And let's go ahead and give you an update, the unfortunate update for you, as it is a 45-point game for the Cleveland Storm, as they are weathering it rather well in the cold. 61-16 is the score so far in the fourth, and they are now in mercy rule, so there's not much of a chance that Hobbs can come back. Looks like it'll be Las Cruces versus Cleveland Storm. So the Bulldogs, number one, Cleveland Storm at number two, and that doesn't surprise a whole lot of people. We were just hoping that Hobbs could go back to the championship for the first time in a long time, since 1981. 12-9. Oops, got it on wrong. Here we go. Once again, Lady Eagles being very tenacious on the D. Could not get that one to get back the other way, and Sandia will maintain possession.
In Albuquerque, Eunice is up 42-12 over Legacy.
And that one is going to go in the back and will be rebounded by Hobbs. Hobbs going the other way, as that is going to be, once again, Munoz. Coast to coast, hit the hardwood hard, but is able to get up, but still is grabbing her face as that one goes the other way to Sandia. Puts up a two and will make that one. And that is going to be Edwards. Edwards for the two. Hobbs unable to get that one scored. Actually, now it is 13-12. Sandia with a 1-point lead, as it can be a foul call. And that'll be unfortunately against Zoe Ross. And that'll be her first. She has a three-pointer. And there will be a substitution going out, will be Hogan for the Sandia Lady Matadors. It'll be a three-pointer missed and rebounded by, that is Munoz, who is actually had the ball taken away from her. Now she's playing defense. Looks like it'll be out of bounds. At the very least, it'll go back to Hobbs. Going over to Zepeda, across the timeline. Zepeda looking to her left. Passes it to her left. Once again, it's back to the top of the arc. Goes inside, drives the lane, puts up a running shot. Unable to make it, but will draw the foul. Looks like it'll be against Sandia, and let's see, that is 25. So Benali gets her second. Hobbs wearing their white uniforms, while Sandia is wearing the dark, either blue with the blue trim, the light blue trim. First one misses off the front of the mark.
Number 4, Madison Cepeda.
Opportunity for her to tie the game at 13.
Checking in for the Lady Eagles, number 34, Audrey Mackey, and number 52, Katie Godwin.
So Godwin and Mackey chiming in for this one as they get some action. Second one is going to be up and in for Cepeda. Tie game, 13-all, with 9.7 seconds left in the first. So it'll be a quick release and shoot, 8 seconds. See what happens as it goes to cross the timeline, gets underneath. Going to go ahead and try to see if they can get a 2-point shot. Misses. That'll be the end of it as it is rebounded by Godwin. So she gets her rebound before the end of the first. We have a tie game, 13-all. We'll be back in just a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Sports Network. Of course, we have the doubleheader going on. After this one will be Hobbs versus Sandia, the Matadors. I have a feeling that we'll also talk to Coach Carpenter sometime today. But for right now, it is all about the Hobbs Lady Eagles as they are right now tied up with Sandia. Zoe Ross had a 3-point shot, so did Cepeda for her first points. It is Navarro with 2 points, and Aislinn Munoz, who has 2 free throws. It looks like for one of the leading scorers for the Lady Matadors is going to be Edwards, who has a couple of buckets and a free throw. She had an and one on that one. Was able to make it, so she has 5 points. 13-all as we get the inbound for Sandia. And that goes into the hands of Brown. Chloe back again with the ball, directing traffic. Gets it inside the paint. Couldn't figure anything out. Go back to the arc for 3 on Brown, and that is going to be the front of the rim. And we rebounded by Hobbs. And it looked like that was Mendoza. Gonna go to the left side, drive in the lane, get an open, and misses the shot off the back of the rim. And that was going to be put up by Ross, who has 3 points. Hobbs once again able to get inside. That's a nice little steal once again from Hobbs. And quickly going back the other way for Munoz. Munoz puts up a 3, air ball, unfortunately, and that's going to go out of bounds. Going to go back the other way for Sandia. 7:07 remaining in the first half. It's a nice little bounce pass back and forth. Nice teamwork. Cepeda trying to break it up, but could not. Get a 3-point shot, missed. And Hobbs quick the other way with a rebound. Goes from left to right. Back to the left, top of the arc still. As it goes to Cepeda with a 3-point shot, rattles in as it bounces in and out, back in again. Nicely done, her second shot of 3. And that gives Hobbs a 3-point lead. Cepeda once again with another steal, going to go ahead and try to drive the lane, gets double teamed, gets it back to 3-point land. And it will be a miss for Munoz as it goes off the back of the rim. So we're going to get a couple of substitutions for the Lady Matadors. We're also going to get a couple of substitutions for the Hobbs Lady Eagles as well. And so one of those that came in was Tanara. Almost walked on that one, had to stop her pivot foot. She did. As that is poked out, it's going to be taken by Hobbs, and unfortunately that was a hard hit. No foul called on that one. It was a clean, just a bump. And Hobbs loses the ball after that. Nice little pass, goes inside. And it is going to be taken and shot by Randall for 2. Nice little assist as well. A running shot in the lane, tried to get it in, but instead just draws the foul, as it is Mendoza, the junior, who draws the foul. And let's see who's going to get the call for Sandia. So Tenario gets her first team foul, as well as her first foul, as we are again in the second quarter. First one rolls in for Mendoza. Does with one more opportunity. Remember, no more 1-and-1s. It is all bonus of 2, or just 2 shots for every foul once it gets past bonus. Second one is good as well. 18-15, 3-point lead, as it is Sandia who's going to be inbounding the ball. Full court press. And gets it across the timeline. Gets it back over to, that'd be Benali. Top of the arc inside, trying to drive it around, but could not. Instead, goes to the left, or actually right. Misses off that 3, and will get the rebound once again for Hobbs. That'll be Rivera. Off to the right, goes ahead and gets to the top of the arc. Shoots for a 3, and just wide to the right. Misses everything. And we'll go back the other way for Hobbs, as that was taken by Navarro. Off to the left for Sandia, actually the right. Looks for a second, tries to drive the lane, puts up a shot, and rolls it in, banks it off the back. And that'll be for Benali once again. 1-point lead, as that one is going to be called a travel, unfortunately, and that's going to go against Hobbs. Another turnover for Hobbs. As Muniz is coming in. Looks like who else is coming in for Hobbs? Be Mojica. And Hardison will be in as well. So those 3 checking in. As it is going to be right with the ball. Taking it over to Benali. There's going to be directing traffic, top of the arc, near the H. Goes inside, drives, tries to stutter step, did not lose the ball instead, and Hobbs with it will be going the other way now. Can't see who that is. That is going to be Munez. 3-point shot missed off the side and will go out of bounds. Last touch by Hobbs. Looked like that was Mojica trying to put the 3. Could not find her sweet spot. Nice steal as the left-hander gets the ball. Tries to put up a shot, misses, and that'll be on Rivera. Looks like last touched by Sandia. Hobbs will be inbounding the ball. It is 4:17 to go in this first half. 18-17 is the score. Hobbs is up by 1. And a bad pass, or possibly a shot. Either way, goes the other way quickly. A fast points for Sandia, and they are successful on that one. And that one is Benali once again taking the reins and making it her own. Double teamed, and that one worked, as a lot of bodies are hitting the floor right now. Whereas the Hobbs player that was getting pickpocketed was Rivera.
Fouls on number 23, Corelli Rivera, her first.
And that's her first, and she'll be going out of the game now.
For the Lady Eagles, number 4, Madison
Zapata back in the game. As Sandia is going to get across the timeline once again. Get over to the top of the arc and hand it off. Once again, hand off. Unable to get inside that tough D of Hobbs. And we'll lose the ball. It's going to go the other way for Hobbs and the Lady Eagles. 19-18, Hobbs down by 1, as it is now in the hands of Zapata once again, going across the timeline. And she will get it in the hands of Mojica. lost the ball. That was Hardison. Not very characteristic of her, but she did, and now it's across the timeline to Sandia. Another bad pass. Trying to get it to her teammate, and instead ends up in the hands of Mojica. Make it up for that moment. 3-point on the way from downtown, hits the front of the rim, and will be rebounded by Hogan. Going back the other way, taking her time is Hogan. Almost threw it out of bounds. Instead was able to get the bounce. And Sandia with the ball still. Benali directing traffic once again as she goes inside. Tries to cut the lane. Gets a shot up and missed. Rebound by Sandia as it is put up again. She hits the floor. Missed, but she does draw the foul. Let's see who gets the call. So Zepeda with a foul, her first. On the line to shoot two. That one takes an awful bounce and is missed. So that's her first miss from the free throw line. Has one more opportunity to get a 2-point lead for Sandia. Also off the back of the rim. This time it is going to be rebounded by Sandia. And that was Hogan. Randall with a 3-pointer. Well, actually, just two. Randall with 6 points as Hobbs continues to have struggles with ball on their end, but we'll have another opportunity. 21-18, 3-point lead for Sandia. Hobbs in the hands of Zepeda as she was near the timeline. Does get to the left-hand side now. Going to drive the lane for a moment, looks at her teammate, goes in, passes it to the right arc. Will be to the top of the arc. A steal possible, nope, and instead goes to the backcourt, gets back in. Bad pass as it goes out of bounds. That was going to be a pass that's going to go to Hardison, but could not handle that one. So another turnover for the Hobbs Lady Eagles, something they did not do a whole lot last season. Getting across the timeline for the Sandia Matadors. Lady Matadors shoot up a three, misses off the back of the rim, and it hits the top, and it is rebounded by Hogan. Tries to put it in, misses, and it'll be a double team, but instead, in the middle of it all, is going to be a feisty Hardison who gets fouled by Naomi Randall. And that'll be the second team foul with 1:45 to go in this first half. Hobbs with 3. As it is, once again, Zepeda with the ball. Reach in foul, looks like, from Benali.
Fouls on number 25, Kayla Benali, her third.
So still not a shooting foul, not a bonus situation either. Both teams with 3 fouls. Goes to the right side. It's going to be in the hands of Ross, who passes it back, gets to the right side for Zepeda. Puts up a long 3 and drains it. That's her third one of the game that I've got. And that ties the game up at 21. 1:21 to go in this first half. Like I said, we'll talk about the Hobbs-Cleveland game here in just a moment and halftime. Does get it across the timeline. Loses the ball, though, handling it. It's Zepeda who gets it again. It's going to go to her right side. That may be her sweet spot. It's all the way over to the left. 3-pointer up, misses. As that was going to be, once again, Munoz. Oh, and that is going to be a stumble as she held the ball just a bit longer than she had to. It was a defensive trouble for Mendoza and a travel. So that'll be a turnover for Hobbs as we get just under a minute to go before the half. Inbound of the ball is Tanara. Directing traffic once again for Sandia is Brown. Brown's going to take it to her 3-point shooter. Top of the arc and gets nothing but net as that was Tenero. 4-3. Hobbs trying to get a shot, misses. We'll go back the other way with 29 seconds to go. Gets a nice bounce, and it'll be all alone. Slam, no, but it will get a layup on that one. Scoop shot. And that'll be for Zoe Ross, who is continuing to have a good game. Gets her 5.
Checking in for the Lady Eagles, number 52.
Got a final score for you from Lovington as Artesia wins on that one, 35-30 over Lovington. That means Artesia is moving on to the finals. 13 seconds to go. Eagles top the arc, Zepeda. Gonna get in the hands now of Munoz. Missed the shot back the other way with 0 seconds left, and time runs out. She didn't know. She was going to look for her teammate to pass to, but instead found out the clock ran out, and that was in the hands of Brown. So we have the halftime score. Hobbs down by 1, 24-23. We'll take a break, be back in a moment as we continue the coverage right here on Hobbs Eagle Network, whether you're on hobbsamerica.com or on YouTube. Be back in a moment. We are back, and the Lady Eagles down by 1. And it is just 24-23. Thank you very much for being here as we have a defensive struggle going on. We thought it might have been something like that, or I thought it was going to be that way, simply because the last 2 games before this were also low-scoring affairs. 48-53 was the final. Hobbs unable to get over 53 points, and before that, 47-38. So right now, about average right now is between these 2 teams with the point production. And Hobbs just hoping to get a good start, whether it be, just, avoid injury. Getting a win would be nice, especially against this top team known as Sandia. Nobody's ranked yet, but I have a feeling these 2 teams, of course, are always in the top 5, if not the top 3. You gotta think that that'll probably be the case this year as well for both Keating and Coach Carpenter. Right now, though, the boys still warming up just a bit longer. They're going to be after this game. Sandia versus your Hobbs Eagles. Hobbs had a record of 26-5 last season, and Sandia a little bit better. 27-4 was the record for Coach Danny Brown, and this is the officially the second year for Coach Ronald Ross, as his first unofficial season saw him backing up Coach Reeves, who is back in town and is the coach for the freshman team. Thought we lost him. He was going to go to Philippines and then spend some time in Houston, but he decided against that and had to come back to the land of Hobbs and land of enchantment as well. You hear the Taskovich band as they continue to play well. Once again, final score in Rio Rancho unfortunately goes the Storm's way, 67-16. That means mercy rule ending as well. They did try to put up some points and just could not get it done in Rio Rancho against that cold weather and a very tough team. So it'll be Rio Rancho, it'll be Cleveland versus Las Cruces, number 1 versus number 2 next week for the championship. But that was one of the best seasons of Hobbs. So we tip our hats to them and say congratulations and hope that this was just the beginning and next year they'll continue their success.
We'd like to give a big thank you to Watson Trucking, Watson Hopper, Firehouse Subs, NMR Pipeline LLC.
As we're about to get underway for the third quarter.
Hobbs Athletics. Please remember that sportsmanship begins at home, begins with an attitude.
It's always a different attitude between football and basketball. Of course, baseball as well. But always got to remember certain things. I hope he's happy with that. Sandia on the floor, getting some last-minute words from Coach Carpenter. And here we go. Looks like it's going to be on the floor for Hobbs, Mendoza, along with Mojica. It'll be Hardison, Ross, and last but not least, Navarro. Inbound of the ball will be Hobbs to Zepeda. She is on the floor, so didn't change the scoreboard. Zepeda back with it. Going to drive inside, loses the handle, and will be a turnover for Hobbs. As it goes back the other way for Sandia. Going to try for a 3. Looked like she may have gotten away with a travel, but was blocked. And returns the other way for Hobbs quickly as it gets underneath the basket. A nice layup, but missed, and a foul called right after that. That was going to be on Mendoza out there with that layup.
Number 52, Katie Godwin.
But Godwin gets her first
team
foul. I didn't see that happen, but it did get called. 7:22 remaining in the third quarter as it is a tight game, tough with the defense. Pass that goes errant and goes beyond where Brown could reach. Out of bounds, turnover for the Lady Matadors. Back the other way will be the Hobbs Eagles as it is going to be Zepeda all the way over to the left corner for a three-point shot missed, and that was going to be by Munoz. And we turn the other way for Sandia. Whistled on the foul. Mendoza gets her second. And that'll be the second team foul for the Lady Eagles. None for Lady Matadors so far. So back to Manali, over to Brown. Pass to the left, and it'll be underneath the basket for a wide open Hogan for 2 more points. She increases hers to 6 points for this game so far. Lady Eagles with a timeout. We'll take one with them. We'll be back in just a moment as we continue coverage right here on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. And thanks for everybody who has joined us from the Hobbs Eagle game that saw Hobbs Eagles unfortunately lose to Cleveland. Be back in just a moment. We are back live at Tasker Arena. This is Ron Gunner. Thank you very much for being here. Jared Bear over here taking care of the camera. It's 6:45 remaining in the third quarter. And Hobbs with the ball. Looks like Zepeda is going to get it across the timeline, work around, get it to the top of the arc, looking to see if she can pass it or not. Does get a pass, but it is a weak one, and it is intercepted by Sandia. Gets underneath and intercepted right back, so give back and forth for each of these teams. Goes into Zepeda inside the paint, trying to get it to move her somewhere, but instead she gets her pocket picked, but not before the foul. So Benali gets her 4th foul, and she is in danger of fouling out. So she'll be sitting down for a while as we're just in the third quarter. First one, though, for Sandia. All the way near the timeline will be Hobbs and Ross. She thought about getting the driving the line, but instead passes it to her right, gets it to Mendoza for a 3, misses.
Fouls on number 52.
And that'll be a foul, offensive foul once again, her second for Godwin.
Foul, the Lady Eagles. 30-second timeout, Lady Matador.
The Matadors are taking a timeout. We won't take one this time, simply because I don't have anything to play right now, but definitely want to thank our sponsors who are at the bottom of the screen, without whom we would not be able to get these games on the air. So let's see. Just name a few, like Devon Energy, Bel Air Bowl, Outlaw Grill, Zamora. Let's see, that is Zamora Car Care, along with Master Plumbers and The Model, just to name a few. Oh, Ampersand. Yes, Ampersand as well. .610 as the Lady Eagles are going on defense. Ross on her, trying to get her to lose the ball once again. She is playing some tenacious D as she continues to cover the ball handler.
Fouls on number 24.
And she also does get a foul against Randall. That'll be
The Lady Eagles.
Ross and her second. Third, actually.
Checking in from the Lady Eagles, number 23, Corelli Rivera.
Checking in, Rivera for the Hobbs Lady Eagles. Tip for Godwin, but unable to keep it inbounds. So it'll go out of bounds back over to Sandia. In the front court, Back to Hogan, over to the top of the arc is going to be Brown. For a three, misses off the back of the rim, and we'll get it back to Sandia, but a travel will lose the ball once again for Sandia. Going back the other way will be the Hobbs Lady Eagles.
Checking in for the Lady Matadors, number 1, Jabrice Minifield.
Hobbs has yet to score in this quarter. As it is now in the hands of Munoz. Gets it over to Zepeda, up for a two. Could not get the touch on that one and does bounce out. Zepeda once again, this time inside. Drives and had a nice pass, one-armed it to Godwin, but unfortunately she could not get the ball to fall, but did get the draw the foul.
Fouls on number 13, Naomi Randall.
And Naomi Randall will get her third.
Foul, the Lady Matadors.
And the fourth one for, or actually the second one for Sandia.
Number 52, Katie Godwin. Checking
Up and in for her first foul shot.
Number 24.
Godwin with one more. She can make it to a 1-point game, 26-24. Can make it 26-25 if she sinks this one with 5:19 to go in the third quarter. Misses off the back. Rebounded quickly by Minifield. And it will be a jump ball. Yep, jump ball underneath the basket. It's going to go into possession of
Checking in for the Lady Eagles,
the Matadors. So Matadors retain the ball as it goes into the hands of Hogan for a nice 8-footer from the left, and that will be 2 more points for Sandia. Madison with the ball, going to go ahead and drive the lane, get inside, gets it back to Madison. Drives the lane once again, tries to get a floater and misses, but does get her own rebound. She tries for a three-pointer. Nothing but net, and that is her fourth, I believe, of the game. As she has put it back to a 1-point game. 28-27, and a steal for Hobbs. Double team, but still got around it was Rivera. And she's going to go coast to coast, drive the lane, gets a shot, but misses, goes off the front of the rim. And instead, we'll go back the other way for Sandia. Double teamed and stolen, but goes out of bounds. Let's see who touched it last, according to the ref. And it looks like, yes, it was. It was Matadors who touched it last. And Hobbs getting the ball back to inbound. Inbounding the ball will be Mendoza. Over to Zepeda, going to go across the timeline with a defender on her. Lost the ball, though, unfortunately. And it is drawn back to Hobbs, as that was a errant pass, trying to get it over the timeline. And it'll be Munoz. Now over to Rivera. Zepeda now to the right. Drive the lane, gets a shot, puts it up, and drops it. Nothing but net once again. And Zepeda has 15 points for this game. And the driving cause that for the Eagles. 15 of 29, that's half the points right there from Zepeda.
Lady Matadors are in double bonus. 15 fouls.
Unfortunately, that means that Lady Matadors are in double bonus. They'll be shooting for the rest of this quarter. 3:38 is what we have for the third quarter. And Hobbs with a 1-point lead. Once again, first foul for Munoz.
At the line shooting 2 shots, number 14, Mia Wright.
So Wright will be on there for the line
Number 3,
for
Chloe Brown.
the Matadors. Sounds like Chloe Brown has just substituted back into the game. First shot is a miss.
Checking in for the Lady Eagles, number 22, Zaylee Harbison.
Artisan is going to be coming back in. Looks like going out will be missed on that one too. Missed both of her 3 free throws for Brown. Goes back the other way quickly, and that'll be in the hands of Navarro.
Fouls on number 13, Naomi Randall.
Naomi Randall
Her fourth.
also has 4. So there are a couple of, they're not in foul trouble yet, but they are in foul trouble for the players. 3 fouls for the team, 4 for Navarro. Sorry, Navarro is going to be shooting. First one is going to be made.
Checking into the game for the Lady Matadors, number 14, Mia Wright, and number 33, McKenna Hogan.
So one more for Navarro. And does get that one to drop in. That's right. Actually 3-point lead now for Hobbs, 31-28. As it is the defense that is causing some difficulty. Another turnover for Sandia. As it is Zepeda now with the ball on the left-hand side, dribbling it around, trying to find an opening. Does try to get it in there. Puts up a shot, a little short. And will go out of bounds as both players were on the floor in the out-of-bounds area. Last touch looks like by the Matadors. So Zepeda going to inbound the ball. Inside. And a bad pass, unfortunately, from, that was Munoz to Rivera, causes the turnover. And hold on, we got to get that one back. It was inbounded a little too quickly for the refs, as it is 3:07 left in the third quarter. 31-28 is what we've got for the score. Inbounded finally for Sandia. Boys will be playing right after this. And that one is going to go, yep, good eye on that one. I was thinking it just hit the line. It did. So a backcourt violation for Sandia, and it'll be a turnover for them as well. Back over again will be the Hobbs Lady Eagles. Zepeda going to direct traffic from where she's at. She's going to be inbounding the ball as well. Gets it in the hands of Munoz. Over to her right. And that is going to be very close, but for Navarro, trying to get inside, just cannot do it, but continues to keep the ball. This time, though, get a reach-in foul, as that looks like it's going to be against Brown. But that'll be still a floor foul. That'll be the last one given, though. Next one will be a bonus, unless it's offensive. So Hobbs already given Sandia a bonus shots with 2:40 to go. One more foul against Sandia will have the same effect for Hobbs. Munoz with the ball, gets it over to Zepeda to the left. Back to Munoz, drives the lane inside, gets it to about a 15-footer. Just couldn't get it though, as it was knocked out of her hands, and Sandia with 3-on-1. And then it should be a kick ball. It is, as it's going to go back the other way. Out of control was Sandia, as that looked like it was Tenero. Could not handle the pace and kicked it out. Hobbs inbounding. Over to Navarro. Drives the lane, puts up a shot, does not get it, but does draw the foul. And that'll be the 5th one anyway, so it'll be a shooting foul.
Number 24, Edwards.
So Jezariah Edwards will get her first. And Navarro will go on the line. She's already had 2, if I'm not mistaken, and one more. First one goes up and in. Now have a 4-point lead for Hobbs with 2:12 to go in the third quarter. Usually we're seeing a lot of scoring for Hobbs. The second one is missed, but will be rebounded by Navarro. Zepeda over to her left. 4-3, misses off the side of the rim. And it will be Zepeda once again as she gets the ball back too. And I'm telling you, Zepeda has been a workhorse, but she got stripped on that one. And we'll be going up. Unfortunately, that was out of bounds. She turned and tried to throw the ball, but her foot was on the line. And it'll be a turnover back to Hobbs. So a lot of turnovers, but that doesn't mean nearly as much as it should, because it's been turnover after turnover back and forth. No points have been given up from those turnovers. 32-28, and that's what matters the most, in my opinion. Making sure that, you know, you have turnovers, but you get them back before anything can be scored. Brown inside, going to go back out. Shoots for a three. Off the back of the rim, rebounded by Hobbs. And that'll be taken by Rivera. And it should be a jump ball. And it's going to go back to, well, the arrow is pointing to Sandia, but Hobbs is going to get the ball. Back to Rivera. Gets it over to, let's see, still learning their names, numbers that is. That is Ross. Rivera, nice dribbling as she goes to the lane, puts up a righty and gets it in. Nicely done. 2 points for that, no foul either. And then Sandia just could not handle the ball after that, lost it out of bounds. And no, I thought she did, but instead it will go out of bounds. Last touch by Hobbs. 1:13 remaining in the third quarter, 34-28 with a 6-point lead. But Hobbs putting on a full court press. It's going to be Rivera for the defense. Get it across the timeline as it gets back in the hands of Brown. Brown trying to get something done as she drives the lane, puts up a floater, misses it. Rivera has the ball now, goes back the other way. It is double teamed. We'll get it back to, that was Rivera. Ross had the ball. Ross back, three-pointer, misses. A rebound twice and missed for Hardison. Nice little give as that was, I thought she made that one. Nope, but that one time though she does. Puts up a righty hook shot for Navarro. And that is a two more points for Hobbs. Another steal, turnover, as it is Ross this time. Oh, Rivera who has the ball after taking it from Sandia. Three-pointer on the way and drains it. Nicely done, as we have not seen a hold on Armitage, but that was Navarro who puts up that three and puts it in. And it has been a run. Another steal as we run out of time. Could not get it to drop in, but that is going to be Ross who had the steal and the try to get the points more. 39-28 is the score right now as we go into the fourth quarter. It is Hobbs who has taken a strong lead. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. If I'm not mistaken, that was a 16-point run for the Hobbs Eagles, the Lady Eagles, as they had a 16-4 third quarter possession score. So this is the Hobbs Lady Eagles that we all know about. They shut down a team no matter how good they are and make them look like they can't get out of their own way. So fourth quarter is going to get started. Hobbs with a lead, but still, it is not over with yet till the end buzzer, as we always know. But this could end a two-game losing streak against this strong Sandia team. Once again, last season had a record of 30-1, 8-0 for their district. They lost their game, their first and only game in the playoffs. So 13 points for each side, 11 for Sandia in the second quarter, 10 for Hobbs. In the third quarter, 16 for Hobbs and 4 for Sandia. Sandia with the ball right now, tries to get it inside, but is blocked And will go out of bounds thanks to Hardison. And actually, no, she did not touch that last, so it'll be going back to Hobbs and the Lady Eagles. So we're into the fourth quarter. Be a quick whistle once again. This time will be a push. Tenario will get hers, and that'll be her second. First team foul. It'll be in the hands now of Rivera, I believe. Now it's in Ross's hands. Now I got them backwards. So it's Rivera, tries to make it, misses, and scrum for the basket goes out of bounds. Last touch looks like by Hobbs.
Substitution from the Lady Eagles, number 52, Katie Godwin.
It's the Matadors. All right. So Hobbs has the ball. Going to get the get it under their basket. Getting some substitutions coming in as well. Nothing unusual for Carpenter, as it's going to be Zepeda who's going to get it over to Godwin, but could not get it there. Last touch, though, by Sandia. Once again, just struggling to get anything done right. Zepeda, though, on the other side, going to inbound the ball. And it's going to go all the way back to Munoz. Munoz is going to drive the lane, get it over to Zepeda, who thought about a three, but instead, when she started going forward, did not dribble, moved her feet instead, and got the travel. 39-28, 7-18. Hobbs in the control right now in the driver's seat, as it is going to be Benali with the ball inside. Back to Benali, tries to get a one hop to get in, and instead will draw the foul. It could be against Zepeda.
Fouls on number 4, Madison Zepeda.
And that'll be her second.
First team foul, the Lady Eagles. At the line shooting 2 shots, number 25, Kaya Benali.
And with Benali with just 4 points. She's also on 4 fouls. First one goes in, nicely done. And now it is a 10-point game. Second one misses, will be rebounded by Hobbs, and it'll be a jump ball after that. So possession arrow is going towards Sandia. Lady Matadors with full timeout. We'll take one with them. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network and on YouTube. .704 remaining in this game. It's 39-29, not a big scoring game, but a very defensive one at that. Third quarter, though, all Hobbs Lady Eagles as they get back into the action, and they're going to go ahead and inbound the ball as well. It's going to be going over to Ross. Rivera. Rivera with the ball, got double teamed, and will get the reach-in foul after it being stolen. It was stolen by Manali, so that'll be her second for Rivera. Second team foul, only one so far for Sandia. Sandia's been playing pretty clean for the fouls, otherwise not so much with the ball handling. Sandia with the ball over to the right-hand side. Benali now goes inside the paint, back out again for a three-point shot. In and out, no good, and that is going to be Maya Wright, who tried to get that in for Sandia. Instead will be whistle dead and Sandia with the ball. Three-pointer on the way, not contested and missed. And that looks like that was going to be from Tanara. Three-pointer on the way once again for Sandia, missed again. And it is rebounded possibly by Navarro. And it will be a reach-in foul for the rebound.
Second team foul, the Lady Matadors.
And the second team foul for the Lady Matadors. It'll be the first one for, actually no, that'll be, she'll foul out of the game will be Randall. That'll be her fifth. So Naomi Randall has fouled out. And Hobbs with Zepeda crossing the timeline, bouncing it over, could not get a shot to go in, but will drive the lane this time. That'll be Munez draws the foul. We'll be going for two as that was a shooting foul. And Hogan is going to get her second. Team foul number 3 for Sandia. I guess that was not a shooting foul like I thought it was. Nevertheless, though, back to Zepeda over. Top of the left arc, now it's going to be the side. Three-point shot misses just barely. Rebound by Hobbs, and that'll be by Hardison. Lost the ball, though, as it goes to the other way for Sandia. 39-29, still a 10-point lead underneath the basket, and tried to get one in, but it was blocked by Hardison, but may have been fouled instead. As it'll be 2 for the line for, looks like that'll be Tenaro. And that was the third team foul for the Eagles, second one for Hardison. Tenario on the line to shoot 2. I know she had 3 points at the first half, misses that one.
Substitution for the Lady Eagles, number 14, Jordan Mendoza.
Score doesn't change. Substitution coming in for Hobbs. It'll be Mendoza, Jordan Mendoza. Second shot for Tenaro. Goes in. 1 of 2 from the line on that one, as it is now a 9-point lead for Hobbs. That's going to go out of bounds, but it did touch. Looks like that was right before it went out of bounds. All the way back to Zepeda on the backcourt. Goes to the front now, crossing the timeline. And will be trying to get around her defender, but instead goes ahead and gives it to her teammate, Ross. I did say that wrong, didn't I? No, that was right, Ross. Ross has got the ball still. Inside a little bit in the paint. Going to go ahead and turn around, try to get a shot. Misses off the back of the mark and will be rebounded by Sandia. That shot was put up by Navarro. Off to the right, shot for 3, missed. Rebounded once again by, that is going to be Mendoza. Jump ball though. And we're going to go back to Hobbs. Finally got somebody out there. Munoz going to inbound the ball for Hobbs. Pressure on the front court, or the back court. Does get it out. Will cross the timeline. Almost went all the way, but instead Zepeda with the 3, and nothing but net on that one. That is her 5th three-pointer. And that is 18 points for Zepeda.
Fouls on number 4, Madison Zepeda, her 3rd. 4th team foul.
But after she does that, she goes ahead and turns around and gives up a foul. One more, and Hobbs will put Sandia in the bonus. It is just 3 for Sandia, team fouls, that is. So Hobbs, again, struggling a little bit to keep the fouls under control. Into the hands of Brown. Now it's going to be driven. Back to Brown. 4-3, Benali with almost an assist, but instead goes off the back of the mark. It will be out of bounds, looks like. Let's see what they called it. No, that's a foul, and that'll be Madison Zepeda, or back-to-back.
15 foul, the Lady Eagles.
Back-to-back, and that'll make 4 for her. She's in foul trouble now and gives the bonus to Sandia. 4:37 remaining. And it's going to be, that's right, I forgot to put the three-pointer up there. 42-30 is the score, 12 points. And that one is going to go off the front, or actually off the back, and miss for Maya Wright. Right, with one more opportunity to make a point. It hasn't had one and still missed. Will get that rebound and get the ball the other way for Hobbs. That was Rivera. Puts up for Ross, misses, and it'll go back the other way for Sandia. 4:27 remaining, 12-point lead still. Gets it to a long 2, misses off, well, missed everything. Back the other way as it was Mendoza who gets the rebound. Three-pointer on the way, misses by Mendoza. And Sandia back the other way once again. Mendoza, one of those that is defending. Actually, not Mendoza. Yeah, Mendoza was. And she may get the call. Yep. Mendoza does get the call, her third. And once again, Sandia and the bonus with 4:03 remaining in the game. This time it's Brown. Brown puts up her first of 2. She has not had a good day on the line. If I'm not mistaken, that's her third shot, and the first one made. Mojica back on the court again. Haven't said a whole lot of Armitage. Surprise, surprise on that one. She's usually the spark that ignites this team. Both of those were made. It's going to be a timeout by the Matadors. 4:03 remaining, and it's going to be a 10-point game. Still enough time to be able to get back into this one, but Hobbs very tenacious on the D, and would like to see them continue with their pressure on the press. So remember, 16 points, that's what helped key this big lead of 10 for the Hobbs Lady Eagles. Hobbs facing a tough Sandia team coming up here pretty soon. Both of them did really well last year. Sandia 27-4 on the record last year versus Hobbs 26-5. And of course, yesterday, Hobbs out-rebounded the Cubs of Brownfield 48-23. So looking to see more of that kind of style, and another victory for the Hobbs Eagles. Lady Eagles right now on their road to victory, but still 4:03 remaining before the end of this game. Inbounding the ball will be Munoz. Get it over to Ross. Ross is going to take it. Get back to Ross and over to Mendoza. Mendoza puts up a shot, misses. Rebounded by Sandia. Dropped and gotten back by Ross. And Ross is unable to get the ball out, but she does get a shot. Actually, she didn't. I thought she was going to get the shot foul, but instead it goes out of bounds. That was close to being out of bounds as well. She almost stepped on the line, but she did not. And has the ball with 3:35 remaining in this game. Benali to the left. Being guarded nicely by Mojica. Over the right, almost thought about a 3. Instead goes to her left. Benali with 3 instead. Off the back of the rim, will get rebounded. Gets a shot put up after her rebound. Misses as well for Tanara. And another shot missed. Another Benali 3. Well short, misses everything, as that is going to be Munoz, or Menendez, who gets the rebound. Just under 3 minutes to go. We've got the ball being handled by Navarro. Drives the lane, goes to her right, puts up a shot, misses. but will get draw contact and will draw the foul as well. Fourth foul for Sandia. One more and Hobbs will be in the bonus. 2:49 remaining. Sandia and the Lady Matadors already in the bonus. It'll be up to Navarro to sink these two. She is 4 for 4, now 5 for 5 from the line. Substitution coming in. So Minifield coming back in for Sandia, and heading out will be Wright. A couple of substitutions going in. Will be Zepeda getting back in there. I didn't realize she had left, but she has been the spark plug of this team so far. That one goes in. And it is now a 12-point lead once again, one of the biggest leads of the game for Hobbs and the Lady Eagles. Running, and Benali lost her dribble, had to turn around and pass it off. Gets it back again, well beyond the arc, thought about a three. Going to go ahead and shoot one anyway. Hits the front of the rim, and will be Mendoza who gets the rebound, but throws it away and into the hands of Brown. Brown almost threw that one away as well, as it is handled by Edwards. Actually, no, that's Benali. Benali. Puts up a shot, misses. Benali with another one. Misses off the front of the rim, and it will be Mendoza with the rebound again over to Zepeda. Zepeda to the left of the arc, looking for some help. Does get it from Navarro. And we'll try to get a point shot up there right under the basket for Mojica. And instead, it does go out of bounds. No foul call. Minute 49 to go, and a 12-point lead for the Hobbs Lady Eagles, as looks like it'll be an easier victory than usual. Maybe those 6 returning players were not the hottest as I was expecting, but definitely Sandia needs some work on their game. Of course, it's always tough to come into this place. I think this is the first time that Sandia has done so in a long time, or if ever. Inside to Benali, just inside the three-point range. Hits a two, a long two.
Shot number 25, Kenya Benali.
And Benali gets it to 44-34. A 10-point lead. Let's take a break. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. It has been a tale of two halves, as it was 24-23 at the half with Sandia a 1-point lead. But since then, Hobbs has pretty much taken over on this one, and it is now 44-34. In fact, actually, with the scoring, it is 6-5. Sandia up by just 1 point so far on that end. Of course, we always like to thank our sponsors, without whom we've not been able to get this on the air. Yep, 6-5 is the fourth quarter score. And generally, you see a heavy rotation of the bench coming out in the fourth quarter, usually because there's a huge lead. But this time around, Joey Carpenter still keeping it close to the vest, getting his players some time while giving everybody an opportunity to play. He passed out. Looks like that it's going to be to Munoz, who is going to draw the quick foul.
Fouls on number 3, Chloe Brown, her second.
So second one, but the fifth one, and that'll put her at the line to shoot 2. So Munoz, I don't know if she's shot any yet, but she definitely will be right now, as both teams are once again in bonus. First one goes up, hits the rim, and bounces right out. I think that's their first miss of the game on the free throw line. One more opportunity, though. And a miss number 2. Scrum on the floor, and that'll be a jump ball. It'll be going towards Sandia. 1:26 remaining in this game. 10-point lead for Hobbs. Coming up next will be the Hobbs Eagles versus Sandia Matadors. The boys. Getting across the timeline once again is Benally. Going to go to her left, drive the lane, put up a nice pump shot, and get it as well as draw the foul. Benally's been showing some great skills out there.
Fouls on number 24, Zoe Ross, her 4th.
And that'll be Ross's 4th.
Kaya Benally.
Yes, indeed, one more and she'll foul out, but it's only a minute 15 to go. Benally will put this one up and in, and she does make another shot. 7 points now as it gets across midfield, midcourt. It looks like that might go against Hobbs. And she was trying to block her out. Oh, double dribble, okay. For Navarro. Trying to get herself set up, situated underneath the basket, but instead gets a double dribble, goes back the other way for Hobbs. Or sorry, goes back to Sandia as they have the 7-point deficit still with a minute 10. Quick break. Goes away for Brown, slips and falls. Looks like that'll be an out of bounds. Nope, instead Benally's going to be inbounding it. Looks like she's limping a little bit as she's calling the play. Gets it to, that is Brown over to the right. And Benally puts up a 3, misses off the back of the rim. Does get the rebound for Sandia. Another 3 on the way, misses. Benally, another rebound, misses. Benally again with another rebound, and finally, after about 4 rebounds for the Sandia Lady Matadors, there will be a foul called to be going up against Hogan. Haven't seen Hogan in a little while, but that'll be the 5th one for, unfortunately, that'll be Ross's 5th, and out of the game is what she's going to be going. So foul out on both sides, 1 player each. We have just under 50 seconds remaining in this game. Hogan, though, if I'm not mistaken, has been on the line once and missed her free throws. And this one, though, does drop in. So 1 of 3 right now. One more opportunity for Hogan. Can get it down to a 5-point game. And Wright is coming back in for the Matadors. That is Coach Ketting, who's trying to get back into this game. Looks like he might have. And it's continuing to play hard as that one goes out of bounds. Looks like it'll be against Hobbs as it was taken by Rivera. So quick turnover is what Sandia wanted with just 0.8 seconds off the clock. All the way back to Brown. Gets it over to Benally. Benally drives the lane, gets stopped by Mendoza. Goes in, gets it to Brown, drives the lane, gets it up, misses. Rebounded by, that is going to be Godwin. Looks like that'll be a foul away from the ball, but nevertheless, though, will be a foul.
Shooting 2 shots, number 4, Madison Zepeda.
And Zepeda, one of the better shooters, is going to be out there for the free throws. I've got her with 5 trays in the game. She's got 18. She could get 2 more and get 20 points for the game. And gets 1 down. (25-39), 6-point difference. And easy peasy back in the basket. 20 points so far for Miss Zepeda. And Madison leading the way for the Hobbs Eagles in this first game, the home opener for the Hobbs Lady Eagles. As we got one of the final timeouts, 46-39. It looks like it'll be 1-0 for the Lady Eagles. Last year, 0-1 is what they had to do after, once again, they lost to Sandia. But things change, players change, attitudes change, and definitely going to be a good win for the Hobbs Lady Eagles. It's coming up next will be on Tuesday. They'll be hitting the road going to Mayfield and facing that squad. Mayfield's been hot and cold. You never know what you're going to get, but on the road, you know, that's when you're supposed to take care of it the most. And it looked like from the schedule that I've seen, Hobbs is going to be here a lot more than they were last season. Of course, that does make sense. They do the opposite schedule every other year, it seems like, unless they negotiate something different. Let's see. As we get back in action, first we'll talk about the season for the Hobbs Lady Eagles. 34.9 seconds remain, though, for this game. Sandia inbounding the ball. Looks like Benali once again going to cross that timeline with Zepeda guarding her. Over to Brown. Brown for three. Misses off the back of the mark. It will be Mendoza over to, that is going to be Godwin, and going to get that foul before she was able to pass it away. So 19.8 seconds to go. Brown gets her third.
Shooting 2 shots, number 52, Katie Godwin.
And Katie back on the line. She was just there a moment ago, and she hit 2 for 2. Make that 3 for 3 right now. Hobbs trying to get to the 50 mark right now at 46. Oh, that is 47. And missed that one off the side. Get it to Benali, over. Three-pointer on the way, and misses most everything, hit the back court, or backboard. That's me taking it out of the hands of Mendoza. So jump ball, go back the other way for Hobbs with 10 seconds, just a little over 10 seconds to go in this game. 47-39 is the score. And into the hands of the junior Menez. But with about a little over 3 seconds to run off the clock. There's 6.7 to go before the game. And a foul call. That'll be against Mia Wright, her first, the ninth grader's first. And it will be
Shooting 2 shots, number 33, Caitlin Muniz.
So Caitlin Muniz is going to the line once again. Let's see. She has 2 for 2, 3 for 3. So I think they've, like I said, I don't think they've missed once, and that's it. So Carpenter's got to be very happy with his percentage for free throws. And for a team that beat them twice last season, and only a team that was able to beat them twice last season, I think the team in general has stepped up, been able to answer all the calls. And that one does make it as well. And there was actually 2 missed free throws, that's right. So with 3 seconds to go, Benali with one final shot. And we'll go in and out, no good, and that will be the game. 49-39 is the final. And Hobbs 1-0, and that'll mean that the Lady Matadors will fall to 0-1. We'll be back in a moment right here as we continue coverage. We'll get you started also on the Hobbs Eagles as they're about to get ready to, depending on how much time is put up on the clock, we will go with that. So catch us in a moment as we continue coverage of the Hobbs Eagles. Lady Eagles win once again by the score of 49-39. talk quickly about Sandia basketball. The last time they were in the finals, actually the championship, 1996 was when they won. They also won in 2001, 2010, and 2017. So they haven't done it recently. They had a good chance last year, just could not make it to the finals. This is going to be a good game as we have Sandia versus the Hobbs Eagles. Both of these teams had a great success last year, just could not get to the finals. But, you know, sometimes it's just a key moment, a key player, as usually it tries to get them over the hump. And maybe this year either side could get that opportunity to be able to get it. Once again, of course, with the Hobbs Lady Eagles, 1-0 in the season, thanks to Sydney Hill along with Selena Ornalis, Gabriel Ray, Misty Hall. Those are the assistant coaches along with Wright, Terrell Wright. And of course, the man who brings it all, the experience and the talent. He's been doing it for a long time, Joey Carpenter. So let's look at some of the things that we need to focus on for the this game for the boys. Thank you very much for being here. I am Ron Gunter. And it is going to be Sandia Matadors, once again 27-4 last season. And they have the coach of Danny Brown. Now they have their lineup set up, but for Sandia, it is a 7-5 record against. Actually, Hobbs has the advantage. 7-5 is the overall that I've looked up, and it has been 2-game loss. And again, that's a similar situation as the Lady Eagles had. 2-game loss against the Sandia team. And the last two, though, have not, it's been a while. Last year's loss happened in the playoffs. And before that, that was the one of the few times when they faced, and it was here in at the Hobbs Holiday Tournament back in 2016. Hobbs, unfortunately, did not come out victorious on that one. It was a loss, 63-53. Of course, there was different coaches back then, different players. So not the same factors. Once again, 7-5, Sandia with a 2-game winning streak against Hobbs, but 2 under 500 against this squad as of right now. Most of these plays that I noticed go all the way back to like 1971, and they're usually only faced in the playoffs at that time. We're going to have some young players that are going to be starting. George Smith is a sophomore, along with, let's see, it's going to be junior Jacob Dawes and Isaiah Brown, one of the captains as well. In fact, the only other captain is Lavadrick Hughes. He is a senior. Of course, we'll be talking about them. Don't have a whole lot on them since it's their first game of the season. Hobbs, though, last night did very well against the Brownfield squad of the clubs, and we're able to get a victory on that one. So last night it was pretty much led by Lyric Soria, who had some threes, got 24 points altogether on the floor, 21 points for Malachi David, and 16 points for Josiah Clay. So 3 players in double figures, and that is a good start for a Hobbs Eagles squad. Coming in also to score in some would be Proby, and he had 8 points. Got you 4 from Josiah Morales. Also had 2 from Perez Rodriguez and from Torres, along with Lowe. So all those players, only ones that didn't see the action looked like that was Aiden Serena and Hendrix Sullivan. That's why they play the games, though. You get better and better as you go along. You're hoping to see some more improvement. 11 minutes to go before we get into this game. I want to thank everybody for being here, or if you want to, you can still show up. Plenty of seating out here for the fans as they're going to be filling it up. Sometimes they get a little late in here, but looks like we can be starting the game roughly at 5:03. Take a pause, be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Before I forget, we want to recognize Hobbs for their great season as they lost to Cleveland, unfortunately, in the quarterfinal. Number 2 Eunice went in and played Legacy Academy. Came out victorious on that one big time, not even close. 62-18 was the final. As they're going to be facing Texaco, who also had a pretty easy game against Hosho Academy. Hosho was 9-3, or is 9-3 now. 8-3 is Texaco. 49-7 is the final on that game. And the other one for the Lee County squads, Lovington short. Just came up a little bit short against the Artesia Bulldogs. And there's a reason why they are number 1. They've been number 1 all season long. Final score was 35-30, and that was in Lovington. So close, but no cigar. In fact, at one point, actually several points, I believe, it was a tied game. So very competitive, very close, but in the end, Artesia pulls away for the victory, and they'll be moving on. Let's see. Who are they going to be facing next? Yep, looks like it is no surprise. It'll be Roswell as they took on Gadsden and won that one 35-17, or at least that's what the score is at this moment. Either way, another rematch, Roswell versus Artesia, to see who's going to take it. Roswell being at number 2 this time, Artesia at number 1. Last time this Sandia team was in the championship and won, 1985. They also have 1962 and 1967. So it's been 40 years. And, you know, I remember at a time when that wasn't 40 years ago, but now it is. So it's amazing how time flies, and it's been 40 years since the Sandia Matadors have been good enough to get a crown. Of course, we know that Hobbs had one recently, 10 years ago. Amazing. So for the lineup, we'll start with Sandia. Gad Harris, a sophomore, is going to be playing number 2, along with Dion Cumber, number 3, a junior. S.J. Harville, number 11, the junior. He's 5'11". Jude Maldonado is going to be there as well, number 12, a junior. Looks like Malachi Knox will not be playing. Caden Ingersoll will be on the floor at some time, the junior, number 21, as a guard. Be Maito Hogan, number 23, and that'll be a junior. And Wally Van Dyke, a junior as well, number 44, 6'5". So you expect to see his presence out there. Looks like he's actually the tallest player of the squad. Meanwhile, for the starters, it'll be George Smith, the sophomore. He's listed as a guard, along with Lavodrick Hobbs, I believe. It's Hobbs, the senior, wearing number 5. He is the captain. So you know we're going to be saying his name a lot. With 6'1", 160-pound guard. Also on the floor, J.J. Minifield, senior. He's at a 5'8". Jacob Dawes, the junior guard, 5'9", will be starting, as well as number 32, Isaiah Brown, sophomore. Captain as well, once again, 5'10", 130 pounds. And that is the starting lineup for Sandia Matadors. Let's go over to Hobbs once again and see who's going to be starting with 5 minutes to go. We've got Josiah Morales, number 1. He'll be in the game. He had the 4 points just last night. In fact, he actually had a 3-pointer and 1 of 2 from the line. It's going to be Hendrick Sullivan, along with Aiden Serena. Be Jalen, Lowe will be out there with 2 points from the last game. Jeremiah Torres also had 2 points last night. Going to get Jaden Perez out there, 2 points again from him last night. And Isel Rodriguez, 2 points for number 44. Looking forward to seeing all those bench players out there at some time or another. Of course, we also have some players that are still in Rio Rancho, so they'll be back in the next game. But that'll be next month. They don't have a game until the start of December. For your starters for the Hobbs Eagles, it'll be Malachi David. 21 points is what he had last night. He'll be starting along with Lyric Soria, who had a great game as far as three-point shots. 24 was his score, the high for the game. Josiah Clay will be out there wearing number 5. He had 16 points, one of the 3 that had double figures. Along with Jalen Sanders. Actually, Jalen doesn't have any points on his, so maybe he will start to light it up tonight or this afternoon. It is Darius Proby, who had 8 points, almost had a double, but just short by 2. So maybe Proby can get a little bit better, get his average up, and show us what he can do on the floor. This is the second season for Coach Russ, who once again went in last season, got a 26-5 record. I wanted to see if that was one of the better ones for any coach in his first season. I know Tasker started off slow, but had many, many years of good seasons. And I think actually the only other one would have been Glenn, the second coach. I think he had a good season as well in his first opener, but he also had a lot of talent from the Tasker years. Of course, Ross knows about those times. He was here from 1999 to 2001 and was able to get a couple of championships in the process. Last time the Eagles had a championship for them were 2023. It seems like it wasn't that long ago, and yet it has been too long. Coach Crumpler would like to get back into it again and get back another ring for his girls as well as for the city. Let's go ahead and take a break. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. We got a little over 2 minutes to go, and we're going to get the probably going to get a national anthem as well. So be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. I want to thank our sponsors for the game, without whom, of course, we'd not be able to put these on the air. And, of course, also for everyone who is watching, without you guys, we would not be able to do these. They just lose interest. But the fan base for the Hobbs Eagles, always strong and always very competitive, as we are about to get ready to see the Eagles come out on the floor, right on their feet. And that is not them. Always building up the tension. You always know when they go. Here we go. Looks like they're getting ready. Yep, here we are. Here are your 2025-2026 Hobbs Eagles 1-0 for the season so far. Sandia 0-0. There's their first game on the road. So home opener last night went well. Hobbs wants to continue that. Get to 2-0. They struggled a little bit last season, but actually no, 2 seasons ago is when they struggled. Last season they had a better record.
For many years, it was a custom in high school games to say a prayer and play the national anthem to honor God.
So let's cover the coaching staff while we're at it. As the rosters weren't completely done for on Max Preps, as they usually are. So Josh Sanders, assistant coach, along with Melvin Anders. We have Terrell Wright out there, along with Coach Shelby Reeves. And a couple of more. Oh yeah, we also have Jeremy Sora out there as well, it looks like. National anthem on its way. We're going to go ahead and pause. We're going to let you listen to it, though. We'll be back in a moment. All right, I'm Ron Gutter, taking place of Ty Friend. Ty was on assignment, of course, as we all know. He went up to Rio Rancho to cover the quarterfinal game that Hobbs unfortunately did not. They did well. They just could not get past a juggernaut known as the Cleveland Storm. 0-9 is their record against them now. And it is tough to go up to Rio Rancho and face that squad and be able to beat them. Nevertheless, though, we do have a game that is going to be game number 2 for the season, 2025-2026 for the Hobbs Eagles. And it will be, once again, a case of who's going to step up. I think it's going to be half the team, because I love the fact the effort of what I saw last night as the Hobbs Eagles were able to play as a team. Nobody was out there just alone. They ended up going out there and being able to play, get three in double figures, and that helped the get the victory.
Number 23, Mateo Hogan. Number 44, Wally Van Dyke.
Of course, it didn't hurt that
And now the starters. Number 1,
Hobbs had such great scoring. They had 16 points in the first and 16 in the second, and that helped lift them up
22, JJ
while holding Brownfield to just a mere 10 points in the first and 11 points in the second. Third quarter saw a bit more explosion as it was 22-10, and Hobbs really took over the game at that point. Fourth quarter, even more. Usually what happens is they do get stronger. They usually start a little slow, but start stronger. But 27 points in the fourth quarter versus 13 for the Brownfield Cubs. So 81-44 was the final. So we're about to get the introductions for the Hobbs Eagles once again. So it'll be number 1, Josiah Morales out there. He had 4 points just last night. Hendrick Sullivan out there as well, number 4, along with Aiden Serena. So Jadarius Lowe is out there. He had 2 points last night. Number 22, Jeremiah Torres, 2 points as well. There was also Jalen Sanders out there, number 24. Actually, Jaden Perez out there, number 40, had 2 points. And Azel Rodriguez with 2 points last night. Micaiah David is going to be out there for the start, along with Lyric Soria, Josiah Clay, Jalen Sanders, and Darius Hobie going to be out there at the top 5 to start this game. So Ronald Ross, once again, the coach, second season after his nice little career both at Hobbs, Texas Tech, and overseas. We are about to get underway. 5:11 is the time on this Saturday. Thank you very much for being here as we get into the evening. Of course, the sun is set. And we're hoping to see some fireworks tonight from the Hobbs Eagles, as it has been a little while, 2 games losing streak against this Matador team. We're hoping to get back on the winning side. Tip-off goes to the Matadors, and quickly loses the ball. And the big guy, number 5, Josiah Clay, working it. Going back over to David. Actually, that's Soria. Soria is going to be Clay over, and Soria with a 3 misses that one off the front of the mark, but is rebounded. And we'll get another opportunity as that time missed that time. He usually gets the rebounds and the put in for David, but this time missed. That first one, left-hand layup from George Smith, goes in for 2. And we are underway with a 2-point deficit, as it is going to be Clay. Almost lost the ball, but goes back over to, that is Lyric Soria. Thought about a 3, gave it up, and will try the lane instead. Oh, went between 2 defenders, nicely done. Was Josiah Clay, was able to get that layup for 2. Back over the other way. And that is going to be Minifield. 3-pointer as he falls backwards. No call, and no, does not hit either. And that looked like it was going to be for Isaiah Brown. Double team looked like, and that was going to be a steal, but back again, so steals on both sides. Hobbs with it now, and it'll be a drive up, and look like that is that Soria? Yes, it is, and Soria was able to put that one in. A righty layup for 2. after going around and getting underneath the basket. 4-0 Eagles. 4-0 run so far, as that is going to be a three-pointer on the way. Misses off the back of the mark. And that'll be for Dawes. After getting a little beat up, he goes ahead and gets the ball away for Sanders. Into the hands of Clay. Clay is going to go backwards a little bit before he passes it off to the left to Soria. And Soria trying to do a little match, trying to get around his defender, could not. Goes to David. Corner for Soria on the right-hand side, misses off the front. Rebound for Sandia. That one goes up and in. Basket for Minifield. Ties the game at 4. Soria to the right. Gets caught and should be a procedure foul.
Fouls on number 32, Isaiah Brown.
And it will be on Brown, his first.
Team foul on the Matadors.
So team's first. It looked like it was Sanders who was trying to get through that and just could not get past the defenders. Sanders underneath is able to get that lefty layup. 2 points for Sanders and lead again for 2 for the Eagles. Going back the other way quickly as he puts up a shot, misses off that teardrop, and David finally with the rebound. Be Soria going back across the timeline. Gets into the hands of Clay. Clay is going to go back again. He's going to go to his left this time. Pass it off to, that is Sanders. And we're going to see about trying to find an opening so far as it is back in the hands of Clay. Clay is double teamed. He's going to go ahead and try for a 3 and hit it. Nothing but net for Josiah Clay as he is leading the way with 5 points. 9-4 is the score. As it is going to be now in the hands of George Smith, looking at the top of the arc, near the H, on the H now. And he's going to pass it off to the right. Stumbled, and as he got the ball, it was Lovadrick who just could not keep from stumbling and turning it over. Turnover by Sandia. Dive the other way for Hobbs. 9-4 with 4:04 remaining in the first quarter. And let's see, that is going to be Soria to David. David is going to be, he did show that he can shoot a 3. And a long 2 on that one, misses off the back of the mark. It's going to be rebounded by Sandia. Over to a 3-point shot, goes ahead and drives inside for 2. Tries to pass it underneath the basket, and instead looks like he may draw the foul. So 9-4, 3:43 remaining. And the contact was on Sanders, his first, team's first as well. Not a shooting foul, so it will not be. It'll be inbounded by Sandia. Inbound all the way over. Shoots a drifting 3, didn't make it, got almost out of bounds, but instead Lyric Soria is going to go the other way. Saunders for 3, drills it! His first 3 of the game, and that puts it up to 12-4, 8-point lead for the Hobbs Eagles. Going back the other way, double teamed, is going to get it into the hands of George, and Smith is going to make that, or try to make that 3, instead goes off the back. Rebound by David, his third. David with the ball once again as he's on the right-hand side. Goes ahead and hands that off to Lowe. And now it's in the hands of Clay. Clay is going to back around, going to go ahead and try to drive the lane, get inside. Got close but did not get the finish. And now it's George Smith on the other side who puts up a runner. And will be 2 for Sandia and George Smith. 12-6, we got a double up on Sandia. As the Lyric tried, looked like he was going to go for a 3, thought different about it. Thought again, he's going to go ahead and drive the lane, put up a nice rolling righty, and draw the foul as well. Soria once again, 24 points last night. Looks like he is trying to continue with that streak.
S.J. Harville is first. Second team foul, the Matadors.
And that is the second team foul for the Matadors, as that one goes to S.J. Harville. Coach Ross getting a couple of players over there. He's going to go ahead and get a timeout. Timeout by the Hobbs Eagles, as they have a 14-6 lead right now. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back to action right here. It looks like it's going to be free throw time for the Hobbs Eagles. And looks like on the line it's going to be, is that Soria? Yes, it is. All right, so that's right. And so 14-6, 2:31 remaining in the first. Soria, though, a good shot. As he puts up another one, looks like that'll be 5 for him. Soria, though, on the floor as he plays defense this time. He does get the unfortunate foul call. His first, team second, so both teams with 2 fouls. And just 2:30 remaining in the first quarter. In the hands of Cumber. Over to the right in the corner, and we'll try to get a streaking George, and got him in as George Smith is able to get his 6th point of the game. 15-8 is the score. Hobbs in the backcourt still as they try to get it to the front before the 10-second violation. Getting double teamed, finally gets some help and will be bounced out, but that is off the hand of, looked like Sandia. To be exact, it looked like it was Isaiah Brown who knocked it out, trying to convince the ref that it did not go off his hand, but it did. As Wally Van Dyke is coming in. Has to do it the proper way, though. There you go. You got to get to the scoreboard first, or score table. So Wally in. Lyric Soria, top scorer last night. Across the timeline with the ball. Get over to Clay. Clay's going to go to his left. Once again, trying to match his defender and pass it over to Lyric Soria to the right. In the corner, back again, top of the arc, and looks like this time he got caught walking. So a turnover by Hobbs. 15-8 is the score, minute 39. And it'll be Hoax who is going to be checking in for the Matadors, senior captain. Dion Cumber gets it in. It's going to be over to George Smith. Smith passes it off. Inside, looks like a nice shot, and will drain it in for Isaiah Brown, who had missed a three-pointer earlier. Almost lost the ball was Clay, but he was able to get it over to Soria after picking it back up again. Gets it to the left. David for 3. Misses off the front of the rim, and it is going to be rebounded by Sandia and Brown. Over for 3 on the left side. It's going to be in and out, no good for the Wally Van Dyke. And back again for Hobbs will be Soria as he gets double teamed. Tie up, and it'll be a jump ball. Almost said bounce ball. Jump ball for, that's the arrow pointing to the right. So it'll be for Hobbs. So Hobbs will maintain the possession as we're about to get just under, we are under a minute to play in the first. Be Sanders back over to Lowe. Lowe inside. Sanders back again, right or left-hand side on the arc. Gets it back to Lowe. Lowe to the top of the arc. Gets it to Soria on the left. Kind of loses the ball, but it did get touched last by Sandia. Looked like that was going to be Dion Cumber. So gets across the timeline once again, loses the handle, but Soria there to pick it up, clean up the mess. Gets it over to the right. David for three from the right. Drains it. Gets it in there, and 3 more points for your Eagles. I think that's his first one of the game as well. 3-point attempt on the left-hand side. Doesn't hit. Gets the front of the rim, and that is it. And that was going to be for Jacob Dawes. As there's a fight under there after the rebound. Rebound went to David. And it'll be Hobbs with the foul. That'll be his first. And that's still nobody's in foul trouble yet. 3 for Sandia, 2 for Hobbs. And final seconds, it looks like it'll be out of time as he tries to shoot, but it's long after the buzzer for Soria. Score at the first is going to be 18-10. Sandia down by 8. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Welcome back, Hobbs Eagle fans and sports fans in general. If anybody who likes the sports, yeah, we provide these for free and are always proud to, just like we did earlier. We didn't have video for the Hobbs Eagle Cleveland game. The Storm did win that one, but we do still have it free, and it's on YouTube as well as on HobbsAmerica.com. And I think you can find it on Cool on the Facebook page. Ron Gunner here with Jer Bear doing the camera. We are getting ready for the second quarter. This looks like, let's see. Looks like the starters will be out there once again. That'll be David, Soria. Is Clay out there as well? Yes, he is. Along with Sanders and Proby. Sandia with the ball. They get started off first. Gets that over to Hobbs, who puts up a 3. That'll be a long 3 from Isaiah Brown. That is his first, I believe. Brings it down to a 5-point game so far. Clay with a nice turnaround, goes ahead, tries to drive the lane, gets it up, and will draw the foul. That'll be against, be 5-on-5, so it'll be
Fouls on number 5, LeVondre Hobbs, his second.
Hoagies is going to get that call. That'll be his second, team's first foul in the second quarter. So Clay on the line to shoot 2. Clay puts up the first one, in and out though, did not get in the cylinder.
Checking in for the Matadors, number 3, Dion.
And he has got 5 points so far. He's got a tray and a deuce to his name. This is his first time today on the line. Second shot attempt coming up here in a moment. Taking his time. Going to go ahead and put that up and bounce it in and out once again. 0 for 2 on the line for Hobbs. They started a whole lot better last night, but still plenty of time to go in the second. 7:33 remaining, as it is now in the hands of Jacob Dawes, who is skipping across the timeline. Goes to his right, is above the arc still, trying to find somebody to pass it to. Does, as he gets his Cumber. Cumber going to drive the lane, get some resistance from Sanders. And as he swats it, tries to put it in, and instead looks like Sanders is going to get the foul call. So that is the second, team's second as well. 18-13. And if we get this one in, misses off the front. That'll be Dion Cumber. First attempts, and he missed the first free throw. Second one is still coming up, though. And if we go to 18-14, we'll take a little trip. It's up and off the back again. Did not adjust enough. David with the rebound. That is his sixth, I believe, or fifth for the Hobbs Eagles. In the hands now of Proby. And now back to Clay. Clay's on the right hand. Trying to get it past his defender, but instead loses it off. I don't know if it landed on his leg or what, but it bounced out. And will be a turnover for Hobbs. He's defended by Dawes. Right now it is going to be Isaiah Brown. And it is back to Dawes, number 24. George Smith with a runner trying to find the lane. Did not, but instead goes out of bounds. And that looked like it was going to be a possible foul, but instead goes out of bounds for Hobbs. It will be Sandia ball under their basket. Sandia with a three. There we go. Finally gets it in. Almost stepped out of bounds, but did get it back to George Smith. Almost said George Strait. Off for a three, a long one, and that one does drain in. That's the second one that has gone in, and it is going to be for Jacob Dawes. So Sandia testing out the three-point range, getting some good shots. As it goes back the other way, it'll be a nice running shot. Goes in and count it for Lowe for the 2 plus the 1. That'll get Hobbs back on their feet again, and the crowd goes wild. Actually, they are the Sandia team not happy with the call. Oh, and I see why now. It's not the Sandia team. It looks like a personal foul was called in the process.
On number 32, Isaiah Brown is second.
Do have that though. Technical foul. So they called him on a technical foul. So what will happen is he'll shoot his two, then the technical will be shot, and then Sandia will get the ball again. First one goes in for Shaderis. That was the one, actually. So it was the and one, went in. And now the technical foul, maybe too much celebrating. Either way, we're going to see 2 free throws for the technical. As that first one does go in.
At the line is number 32, Isaiah Brown.
So Isaiah once more time with the sophomore captain, and he puts it up and it drains in. So 2 for 2 on that one. And trading shots, 21-18 now with a 3-point lead is the Hobbs Eagles. 6:11 to go into this first half. And inbounding will be Sandia, and that'll be Dawes, the junior. Tried to get it out, did. Sanders knocked it out, got the ball back after a moment. Puts up a righty, misses, gets the rebound for Hobbs. Could not get the follow-up through, and that was Van Dyke. Sorry, that was actually Izzo Rodriguez.
His first 14th foul. Eagles checking in for the Matadors. Number 11, S.J.
So with his first foul, that'll be Izzo Rodriguez. Over to George Smith. Smith is going to take the ball across the timeline, get to his left, feed it over to 22. That'll be, of course, Minifield. Misses the three. Hobbs gets it back. Lyric Soria with the ball now. And now into the hands of Lowe. Lowe's going to go to the top of the key. Go back to Soria. Thought about a three, but instead will go ahead and bounce back to Lowe. And Lowe's going to go towards Sanders. Is he going to take it? Yes, he is in the lane. Misses off the back, but will get the rebound, and that'll be Rodriguez. Rodriguez misses after the rebound. And there'll be a stop of play for a moment. It looks like there'll be a substitution coming in for Sandia. David will be coming back as well. So Ingersoll, there he is, Caden Ingersoll coming in for Sandia. 5:22 remaining in the first half, as it is going to be Sanders for three from the corner. Misses it, and it will be rebounded by Hobbs. As another three is on its way, and nope, missed that one as well. And that'll be Sandia with the ball. Rebound all the way over, coast to coast. Drives the lane, misses the shot, and will be rebounded by Sandia. And that one goes off. It looks like it'll be a kick ball, and it should be Hobbs for the kick ball. But it is not. It's going to be just out of bounds. Last touch by Hobbs.
In for number 24, Jalen Sanders.
21-18, 4:56 remaining as player on the floor, on the court. It'll be a hold against Lowe. Unfortunately, that'll be the fifth team foul. That'll put Sandia on the line to shoot two. Looks like that'll be Isaiah Brown. 2 for 2 already on the game. This one up and good as well.
Checking in for your Eagles, number 24, Jalen Sanders.
2-point game, could be one if he makes this shot. 4:55. Brown has 8 eyes. I was thinking Brown eyes. 8 points, now he has 9.
Checking in for the Matadors, number 22.
Leading scorer looks like for the Matadors, as he is taken off the court for a moment. Back to Clay. Inside, double team. Looks like he's going to lose the ball, and it will be continued to be last touch by Sandia. So it'll be Hobbs' ball. Need a little more help, though, for the back court, as Clay was stuck there on a double team. Sanders inbounding over to Soria. Soria is going to heave it to the front court. Get it back. Almost had a backcourt violation, but instead we'll have a. It was a backcourt violation. It did cross the line, so yeah. I wasn't. I keep forgetting. I thought it was going to be one of those once you touch it then, but no. Once it crosses the line, it's a backcourt. And I don't know what David was thinking, but that's okay. It was just one bad play. 21-20 is the score. 1 point deficit for Sandia. And they have the ball. George Smith crossing the timeline, getting it back to the left-hand side. He's going to go ahead and try to drive the lane, get a double team. Actually triple as Clay takes it away from him, steal, but that's stolen back again, this time by Minifield. Trying for a three, and instead goes to the lane, goes to the other side for a three-pointer, misses off the side, and it'll be Sanders with the rebound. Hobbs from the backcourt, going to go ahead and get it across by Lyric Soria. Over to David, back over, across to Clay. Clay's going to drive the lane, go inside to the left, shoot. It looks like he may not get that shot because it was a travel. So Clay lost his footing on that one, got a little excited, walked, and with 4:05, it's still a 1 point game. So back in the game is Brown. That is Isaiah Brown going across the timeline with Soria on him. And then all the way to the left, he went ahead and walked on that one as well. And looked like he was going to shoot, but instead, that's always what happens. If you hesitate for a second, think about shooting, and then go ahead and run, almost always you can guarantee there's a walk. So the travel was called, 3:51.
Checking in for the Matadors,
Dion Cumber is coming back in. Going out once again will be Isaiah Brown. Quick toss. And we'll get it over to three. David for a three-pointer on the right-hand side and drains it. Nothing but the three for the big guy. Second one of the game as we get back across the other side. Smith with a shot, misses it. Gets back the other way for the rebound, and Clay with a layup. 2 more points. Nicely done. And that is a three-pointer missed off front of the rim. That is going to be by Cumber. Going back the other way, Soria with a three-pointer, and it's in. Yes, as soon as you knew it was released, that's his first one of the game for Soria. Three-pointer on the other way, though, is answered, and that's going to be by Harville. That's his three. Keeps Sandia still in the game, 29-23, just under 3 minutes to go in this. A short shot from just beyond the free throw line. Missed it, got it back, and now it's going to be a foul. And that'll be against Clay. So his first. And because of the 5 fouls that Hobbs already has, the Matadors will be in bonus for the rest of this quarter. As one player tried to check in but didn't do it correctly, so he's going to have to wait for a moment. Could be Dawes. So George Smith on the line to shoot 2:48. Hits the first one. Saw a low-scoring affair in the first half last night. This may be the same situation, so we may see some fireworks in the second half. Second one does drop short, does get rebounded by Clay. Play over to Soria. Soria on the right-hand side. Going to get it to Low back to David, and David hits a long three. That's 3 threes for him in this game. And the big man is showing that he can do more than just lay it up from underneath the basket. Back over to the left. It is George taking it out to the perimeter once again. This time it is going to be in the hands of Dawes. Three-pointer on the way from the left-hand side. Right-hand side. Missed. Clay gets the rebound and is going to go ahead and try to drive as he is double-teamed and will draw the foul.
Fouls on number 22, J.T. Minifield. His first.
Minifield's first, but still not in the bonus yet with under 2 minutes to go. Just foul number 3 for Sandia. So they have been keeping it clean so far. Or as some people would say, getting away with it. Nevertheless, though, Lyric Soria inbounding to David once again, hitting up a three but missing it short this time. And the rebound will go to Sandia and Hogan. So that's not Hogan, that is going to be Brown, way off the mark. Air ball, as they say, but rebounded by Sandia once again. But a bump foul is going to be against Soria, and that looks like it's going to be his second. And that means another shot. 2 for the Matadors. I believe this is going to be Jacob Dawes, and if it is, it's his first free throws of the game. Second game for Hobbs, first game for Sandia, as they're both getting started on this 2025-2026 season. Off the back of the mark, front two, and misses.
Checking in for the Eagles, number 4, Hendrick Sullivan.
So they were having some pretty good luck with the free throws, but they hadn't seen everybody come up. And it is Dawes who is struggling with his first shot. Second one coming up here in just a second. That one does drop in, thank you. So a 7-point lead right now. as it is off the foot almost. Did get it back, did Hobbs, as it is now in David's hands, over to Lyric Soria. 2 players on the floor, though. Looks like that could be a defense, and low is one of those. How low can you go? Well, that low, and it was a off the ball foul. And that stopped the action for a moment. Hobbs is going to inbound it. Going to be in the hands of Sullivan this time, as he is in the game. Going to go all the way back to Lyric Soria, who is being defended. Looks like that is by Ingersoll. Gets it inside, goes ahead, drives the lane, gets it up, and puts it in. Nicely done. That is going to be low. 2 more points for him, and 34-25, 9-point lead as it goes to George. George tries to pass it over to his teammate. A little too strong for Ingersoll, and it goes out of bounds. Hobbs ball again, and it has 1:06 remaining in this first half. Lyric Soria, though, gets it in. Will be in the hands of Proby. Back to Soria, gets across the timeline. Gets a little defense. Backs off a little bit. Soria is going to go ahead and pass it. Back to Soria, top of the arc, and on the H. As he gets around, gets held a little bit, and that will be against Ingersoll. And if I'm not mistaken, that's his first. So they had 1 foul to give. That was it. 1 more. Actually, that was it. Any more after that will put Hobbs in a bonus, even though it's only 46.4 seconds remaining in this quarter and half. Soria with the ball. Top of the arc once again. Back to the H. And whistle. I think it may have been stoppage, or didn't Cloxton start? So either way, rebound or inbound once again. So back to Soria. 3-pointer on the way. May make it. Yes, it does. 3, his second of the game. Soria is catching fire, as he did yesterday. 3-pointer on the way for George as he got pushed. Didn't get that call, but missed as it went right out. With 21 seconds to go, maybe looking for the final shot. Soria, David there looking for a 3, makes a shot, misses, as that was Sullivan. Hendrick Sullivan with the 3, miss. And it goes out of bounds. Looks like it'll be Lyric Soria going to be inbounding with 13.3 to go. Actually, there'll be a foul. It'll be against the 3rd one already for Hogus. So on the line to shoot 2. Missed off the back of the mark. That looked like that's low, and it is. So had 1 after a 1 and done, or 2 and an extra bonus. Couldn't get it that time, so he may, if he makes this one, it'll be 2 of 3 from the line. And he is 2 of 3 from the line. That also gets another point on the board. 38-25 is the score right now. 13-point lead. 3-pointer on the way and misses everything, as that one was launched by Hogus. And gets the ball back though. One more time, 1 more 3 attempt, and this one does not get in either. So he misses 2 in a row, and that will end this first half. Hobbs in the lead right now. We'll be on a break for a moment. Be back strong as we continue coverage. We may get to talk to Joey. We don't know, but if we do, we will definitely take time to do that. 10 minutes. We'll be back as you continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network, whether you're on YouTube or on HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back, everybody, to Hobbs Eagle Basketball. I appreciate you being here. Oh, that's right. I turned it up a moment ago for the national anthem, and I need to turn it back down again. All right. So, sorry about blasting you guys. So, what have we seen so far, other than the fact that it was 10 points for Sandia in the first quarter and 15 points in the second. Meanwhile, Hobbs had 20 points, so they got him by 5. And that's how they got their 38 points so far in the the threes, yeah. Threes did help a lot. Of course, we'll talk about that here in a moment. So let's go ahead and start with the scoring for Sandia. Looks like on my chart it is Isaiah Brown with 9 points, number 32. And he's also gotten 4 of 4 from the line, so half of his points almost from the charity stripe. Gotta like that to a degree. 6 points for George Smith. He's been coming in kind of strong as he gets to drive the lane from time to time. He's got 3 for 3 from his, 3 points, or 6 points, all deuces. Then there is S.J. Harville, the junior. He's got a tray for his name. Minifield dropped in 4 points, 2 in the first and 2 in the second quarter. Had Dawes, a three-pointer, and then 1 of 2 from the line. That gave him his 4 points. Van Dyke still unable to get a score in, along with Hogus. So that was pretty much it. So that's how we got to the 25 points for this first half. Meanwhile, for the Hobbs Eagles, again, 1-0 on the season so far, looking to be 2-0. And one of the reasons why, it is Lyric Soria. Last night he lit it up, and he's doing a pretty good job today again, as he's gotten 2 trays, 11 points overall. He's had 1 for 1 from the line. But David, Malachi David, has stepped up. He's got 9 points, as he's got all of them on trays. Has not even laid up yet. He did a lot of work last night. Went underneath the basket, was able to get a pass, turn around, and put it in. Hasn't done that once yet, so we're looking to see about that maybe in the second half to see if he'll do that more often instead. But I think he's kind of enjoying his reign of threes. He's only missed 1, maybe 2 at the most. Nevertheless, though, 9 points, all of them by Trey. Clay is out there working and has 7 points. Missed both of his free throws, unfortunately, but he has been rebounding. So has Malachi David. Nothing yet for a double-double, but they're working on that. Jadarius Lowe is out there as well. Has 4 points, 2 for, actually it should be, yeah, okay, there it is. So he had 2 points in the first and a couple of foul shots. Missed 1 though, so 2 or 3 from the foul shots and the free throws. Jalen Sanders came off the bench, was able to get 5 points off a tray as well as a deuce, and but he has 2 fouls and 2 rebounds. Proby has 2 points, and Izil Rodriguez a couple rebounds to his name. And these, of course, are all unofficial. But right now, with just under 2 minutes to go, the warm-ups are happening. And Hobbs is coming out here and looks like they're going to be doing a strong second half. If they do anything like they did last night, then it should be a pretty easy win against the Sandia team. Once again, it had been 2-game losing streak with them. In fact, one of the last times they played them was 2016 at the Holiday Tournament. So again, these two teams are not set or they have not met each other in a couple years, and they don't recognize each other because they're different players. Looks like we're good on time, so thank you very much, everybody, for being out there. Ron Gunner here. We're going to take a moment, be back, and we're going to get this third quarter started right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. So Virgil Nelson is here tonight, 56 years as the announcer of the Hobbs Eagles, and who knows how long he's going to be going for. He still makes it up those stairs, and as long as he does, he's going to be the announcer. Although they do have the wireless mic, he can actually do it anywhere he wants to. But I think he still insists on making it up those stairs, up the bleachers, to get the call for the game. You also get an eagle-eye view from that area as well. He is here, as well as all the other fans. Thank you very much again. You can watch this anytime on YouTube on HobbsAmerica.com. And it is always for free, thanks to No More Broadcasting and all our sponsors, which are below on the screen. Back in action, Lyric Soria over to Saunders, back to Soria as he's about to cross the timeline. Does do so, and will pass it inside in the paint this time and goes up for a high teardrop and gets that one to drop real quick. And that'll be 2 points for, that'll be Proby. Going the other way quickly as we get back into it. And there'll be a foul call. Looks like that'll be against Darius Proby. So the one that just scored is going to be the one that gets the second foul. First for Hobbs, second for Proby. Shot made, or shot missed by George Smith. Rebounded by Hobbs. Looks like that was Clay that got the rebound. Got a listener from Albuquerque as he is listening, Ty Friend. Sorry about the game, but we pretty much knew. So that's going to be a timeout for Hobbs, as it's going to be 7:19 on the clock, 42-25. Got a 17-point lead right now for Hobbs. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. All right, we are back. 38-25 is the score. 7:19 is on the clock, and we're in the third quarter. As Hobbs is looking to extend to a 2-game winning streak to start this season. Soria playing defense on this one as he is all over. That'd be Lowe or Dawes. Tries to get a pass, does not get it, and it goes out of bounds. Looks like it'll be Hobbs' ball. Sanders there to inbound it. Over to Clay, back to Sanders. Going to get a little pressure on the backcourt as it is going to be George Smith defending against Clay. Clay is going to get it across the timeline. Get some extra dribble bouncing in there as well over to Lyric Soria to the left. And Lyric back again, trying to get some opening, but instead Dawes is all over him. And back to the corner for Hobbs. That'll be Proby. All the way across. Up for three, Sanders blocked, and that'll be back to George Smith over to the right-hand side of the arc. Or actually left. Left again, tried for a three, did not take it this time. Back of the hands near the top of the arc, over to the left once again. And just when I see their names, they pass it off. But tried to get that shot in. No call, as that was a miss. That looks like that was for Minifield. Trap in and goes out of bounds. Who was it last touched by? Looks like it'll be Sandia. 6:07 to go in the third quarter. So far, nobody in bonus yet. Nobody near close. One for Hobbs for the fouls. No fouls given so far to the Matadors. Inbounding the ball will be Soria. Going to get that 4 count, get it over to David in his long reach, and lost a triple team. Still fighting for the ball, and it's going to be Hobbs, as it was Malachi David was in there trying to get the ball back. and keeps it for Hobbs. So no turnover on that one. Rick Soria inbounding over to Clay. Back to Soria. Soria is going to go ahead and drive it in. Put up a shot near the free throw line. Misses. And be George Smith with the rebound. Going to pass it over to his teammate, Forrest Brown, Isaiah Brown. Get it inside. Oh, a nice underneath, but did not take the shot. He was wide open. Put a three instead. Misses as it rolls around the rim, and it goes out of bounds. Will be Hobbs' ball. That was off of Dawes. He was, I think, the last one to touch it, but nevertheless, though, as that could also be a flop right there against Sandia and Isaiah Brown, as he had to pick himself off the floor, but instead nobody called. Clay with the ball. Clay inside, going to go ahead and pass it out. Hit by George Smith, and it's going to go out of bounds. Although it was called, apparently they're going to be inbound of the ball, so it did not go against George Smith hitting it last. It will be instead George Smith inbounding the ball to Isaiah Brown. Brown gets it to Hogus, and Hogus is going to pass it to a driving Smith. Smith is going to get up in, lay it in. As he does, he draws the foul against David Malachi, or Malachi David. And roll in the two and get the one to boot. He has been 1 for 2.
Fouls on number 30, Darius Proby, his third. Second team foul.
That is his Proby's third second team foul for Hobbs. As that one goes in and gives 3 more points, that means 42-28. Nice one as a comeback, a rebound, and then the put back in for David as he gets 2 more underneath the basket, looking for that in the second half. Going to be Hogus over to Brown. Brown is going to get, I thought he's going to get the ball back. Instead, drive the lane, get it over to Dawes, who is in the corner for 3 and gets it, or near the corner anyway, on the one side, and will drain it for 3. A pass from Soria. Did it go out of bounds off of Sandia, or did it just go out of bounds? No, it'll be out of bounds on Hobbs. 4:24 remaining in the third quarter. Steven Smith trying to get the ball, instead loses it. Will get in the hands of Hobbs, and Proby gets it to Clay. Clay goes for a 3, misses off the front of the rim. Going to get the rebound for Hobbs. Soria gets it and then gets it over to David. Once again, 3, a little too much. Mustard as he gets it off the back of the rim. It'll be George that gets the rebound. Let's see, that was the takeaway from Proby. This time around, though, a shove foul from Proby, as I was talking about him. His 4th, 1 more, and he'll be out of the game, but that is the 3rd for the Hobbs Eagles with 3:53 to go in the third quarter. So probably be sitting down for a while, being protected, as it is Dawes. Gets it inside, goes to George Smith, is going to go ahead and get that counted. Possibly, it could be a goaltending. We're going to find out from the refs as they talk about it. Couldn't see if that ball was heading down or not. Kind of looked like it wasn't, but it was so quick. They're going to have to make the on-spot call. And they're going to go ahead and call it as good.
Fouls on number 5, Josiah Clay is second.
So that'll put
Team foul, the Eagles.
Josiah Clay
Shot number 1, George Smith.
with George Smith up for 1 more, the and 1. And Clay gets his second. But the team has 4 fouls, 1 more, and they'll put Sandia in the bonus once again. Up and in for another point.
Checking in for the Matadors.
10-point lead now for Hobbs, 44-34, and the Sandia team either has stayed in it or Hobbs just hasn't been able to pull away from as much as they would like. Timeout on the field, or timeout on the court, and we will take one with them as it is 3:49. Eagles up by 10, 44-34. Be back in just a few minutes, or a few seconds, right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back for more Hobbs Eagle Hoops right here on Cool 95.7. Well, it would be normally, but it is going to be probably on the Facebook page, definitely, as well as on HobbsAmerica.com and on YouTube. You can watch it anytime you want to. Back to action. Hobbs gets it in to David. And he's going to go ahead and go to Lyric Soria, who's going to put up a three. A little short. Could have put a little more mustard on that one, but nevertheless, though, we'll miss it. And Clay comes up with a foul as well. That does put them on the line now. Like I said, one more and that would have done it. And that is Josiah Clay's third, I believe. And it's going to put Smith on the line. Smith's only missed one so far. He's had four attempts. So 3 of 4 so far in this game. First one up and no good. So maybe the jinx is on if I tell him that he's doing well. Maybe he'll miss. So just his second miss of the game for George Smith, the sophomore. He is a sophomore. That one rattles in. 1 of 2 that time. 9-point lead for Hobbs. Clay is on the other side, trying to get it over to Sanders. Sanders is going to cross the timeline. Get it inside to Lyric Soria, who had nicely done. Caught the defense off and gets the and one to boot. Off of that one, I think that's his first points of this quarter for Soria. Dawes has the foul. First one for Dawes. I believe Soria, this is his first attempt. Nope, second. Second free throw. He's had an and one twice. This is the second one. See if we can make it a 12, and he does. 47-35, 3:30 is remaining in this third quarter. It's taken care of by Midfield. Goes up, drives it, but does not get the follow through. And we'll get a rebound from, it's not Clay, that is going to be Lowe. Lowe gets the rebound. Gets back across the other way for Sandia. Into the hands of Cumber. Back for a three shot from far. Not going to get it though, didn't get the roll as the rebound went to Isaiah Brown. And now Clay wraps it up. Looks like it'll be a jump ball.
Matador basketball.
And it'll still be Matador basketball as it goes their direction. 2:45 with the ball. Sandia to the left-hand side of the arc. He's going to go ahead and drive it in past, actually that's not David, that is going to be Hendrick Sullivan, who thought he had all ball, but instead looks like he's going to get called for the slap foul. Chested up. But that will be his first. Unfortunately, though, that'll be bonus shot for this Sandia team. And on the line to shoot two will be Isaiah Brown. He has had 4 of 4 from the line. Make that 5 for 5. One more. We'll get it to an 8-point lead. That one does drain in. We got some substitutions going in. Looks like it'll be Minifield's coming back in. And going in as well. Looks like that is Low. Sirik tried to get it instead, passed it out. It looks like Clay is going to get the ball after an errant pass from the Matadors. He's going to go ahead and get around, drive the lane, and it falls. That's going to count. Thought it was going to be a charge for a second, but instead it was going to be a block. So basket counts. That means he's got an and one to boot. 49 now, 49 points for Hobbs. And nicely done by Clay. He has not made a free throw yet, from what I see. Has had a tray and a couple of baskets. Now let's see if he can go 1 for 3 from the line. 47-39. And that one drains in. So his first drain of free throw. Going back the other way will be Lowe's. He loses actually Dawes. Dawes loses the handle on the ball. And it will be a turnover for the Matadors. Oh, that's what it was. 47-39. I got ahead of myself on the count. Inbound of the ball will be Jadaris Lowe. As the press is on from Sandia. They got it to Soria. Soria is going to get back over to Lowe. Crossing the timeline, and now it's in Clay's hands. Clay once again going to go ahead and try to drive the lane. Gets back a little bit, gives over to his left. And Soria looking for a three possibly as he directs traffic. He's going to go ahead and drive the lane, get a double team, and miss off the front of the mark. And it is going to be George Smith with the rebound. 2 minutes to go in this third quarter. George Smith with the ball. Top of the arc, a little further back. Going to go ahead and drive the lane against Clay. Clay's going to, actually it's going to be handed back over to Isaiah Brown. Brown's going to run, drive the lane, miss. Thought he was going to get a foul, but did not. That was a clean play, and Sanders has the ball. As he loses it, looked like he got the rebound as well. And instead, this time around, it's going to be his fourth one for Isaiah Brown. One more and he's going to be done. Still, though, not enough for the bonus as it's just number 3 with 1:40 to go in the third quarter. It'll be Sora, Lyric Sora with the ball to inbound. Trying to pressure and trap, but did not work as it goes out to Clay finally. Gets it across the timeline to the left. Back over once again to Lowe. Lowe's going to go for 3. On the right-hand side, misses. Rebounded this time around by Cumber. Running shot is going to make it look good and got the and one to boot for his efforts.
Fouls on number 20, Jadarius Lowe is third. At the line shooting one shot.
In any case, with the bonus, gives him 2 more points. As you didn't count the basket. So he's going to go up for 2. But that will go against Darius Lowe. That is number 3 foul for him. Missed it. Actually, that's right. So it was an and one. And Soria inside to Clay. Clay's going to drive it in. Nice layup as it goes to his righty and is able to get those 2 points and make it look pretty darn easy. There we go. 52-40. Sorry about the score.
Fouls on number 24, Jalen Sanders.
Sanders is going to get his 3rd foul of the game.
At the line shooting 2 shots, number 24, Jacob Dawes.
And Dawes is going to go to the line. He's been 1 for 2 from this so far. See what he does with this trip to the Charity Stripe. First one's up and in. 52-41. One minute remaining in this third quarter. It's been a long one, it seems, as Dawes misses the second one, but does get the rebound almost. Does finally get it in the hands of Hobbs. He is having trouble getting across the timeline. Finally does, and that's going to be, I believe that is Low. Yes, it is. Play with it. Oh, failed as he tried to get back across. It will be a turnover for Hobbs. Back to George Smith. He gets a 2-pointer as he looks like he may have hurt himself on his ankle. So a good shot, but unfortunately it may be costly for them if George is hurt and hurt his ankle. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with him as we get into it. We've got 38.6 seconds remaining and Hobbs with the lead of 9. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. So it does look like he's going to have to be looked at. Maybe could be a cramp. At this point, they're just doing a stretch, but he'll be missing a little action as they go back to play. Need to get somebody in there for him, though. I think they've already, let's see, they've got 2, 4.
Great job, George.
So back to play in the hands of Sanders. Back over to Soria. Soria still in the backcourt. Getting double teamed. Going to get it over to a nobody on him. So he's able to get it across low. Low back to Clay. Clay is near the timeline. As it goes out, gets to the arc, goes inside, drives, puts up a shot. Oh, missed it by just a little bit. Rebounded by Cumber. As that one goes in, I think.
Fouls on number 2, Malachi David.
And Malachi David gets his first. So he's been playing very clean so far, the first one. But unfortunately, it's still with 6.6 remaining, gives another opportunity for 2. This time around, looks like it's going to be Harville trying for the opportunity. It looks like he has not attempted, and this first one missed. Harville has had a couple opportunities to make some points. He did get a 3-pointer in the first half. This one's going to go in. He's able to adjust.
Number 21,
And Ingersoll is going back into the game, checking in.
Checking in for your Eagles, number 1, Josiah Morales.
Josiah Morales, who had 4 points yesterday, 3 from a 3-pointer, is back in the game as he dished it off inside, inbounded it, gets it back. And we'll get it over to Soria with seconds to go, and a ball just barely missed. That was Clay with a 3-pointer, unable to get it to sink, but that is the end. 52-42, 52-44, as it is an 8-point lead for Hobbs and the Eagles. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Just got some news about Hernandez, Javen Hernandez, was playing football, got injured, and it is a bad ankle injury. So there's a good chance that, or a bad chance that he will not be suiting up, at least for a little while, for the Hobbs Eagles and the basketball team. So hoping for the best for the Hernandez family and for Javen Hernandez, as that's just unfortunate. You never want to see anybody injured. And unfortunately, though, injuries are part of the game. Thanks again to Ty Friend for that information. Back to the game as we get into the fourth quarter. That was a 19-14 game, or third quarter, and Sandia took advantage of it with the 5 extra points. Soria with the ball. Going to get across the timeline, get it on the H, over to Sanders on the left-hand side. He's going to get it back over to Soria. Soria is going to try to drive the lane, but instead does stop his pivot foot and falls. And that'll be a walk. I thought he was going to get fouled, but instead, and he thought maybe he was going to get walked as well, but instead fell to the ground and earned the travel. So a turnover by Hobbs. 7:41, 8 points ahead, and Sandia with the ball. That is Dawes over there. To his right is going to be, well, inside. They dished it to George. Apparently he's all right, as he is, well, he's limping a little bit, but not enough, thankfully. And he gets that point to go in. So one of those strong competitors, George Smith. Already is, like I said, sophomore, so he has plenty of time to play.
Checking in for your Eagles, number 30, Darius Proby.
So Darius Proby is coming in. Oh, Darius Proby. And it's going to be back to Matador's ball. 52-46, really a quick steal from Clay off of Smith. Tried to get the shot in, missed it. Gets the rebound for Smith. And now in the hands of, that's going to be back to the top of the arc. Looked like he was going to shoot, but instead did not. He's going to go ahead and get George Smith with a three-point attempt, blocked, and rebound by Clay. Clay's going to have the ball against Smith as he goes across the timeline. He is getting pressured by Smith. Gets it over to Lorik Soria, who is on the left-hand side, and will be defended. Sanders back to Soria. Inside, couldn't get it, and will be called a foul, and that looked like the Isaiah Brown was able to get that ball back. Proby was the one that was called for the personal foul, and luckily this is the fourth quarter, so no.
First team foul, the Eagles of the fourth.
Actually, that'll be his 5, so he's out of the game, so Proby is done.
Checking in for your Eagles, number 44,
Proby had 2 points, I believe, 2 or 4 points, either way. It is 6:31, 52-46. We got Dawes. Dawes gets into the hands of Hobbs. Inside, nice run. Goes underneath and draws the foul as well, was Brown. As he's able to get around his defender.
Fouls on number 5, Josiah Clay.
And Clay is the one that was stuck with the first personal. No, fourth personal.
Number 32, Isaiah Brown.
So Clay with 4. Just the second one for Hobbs in the fourth quarter. Soria back to Clay. Clay's going to go around the side. Thought about driving the lane, but instead just have to back off. Get it over to Soria once again, who's trying to get some help on the perimeter. Over to Clay once again, who was on the left-hand side. Back to Soria. Back to Clay. Tries to drive inside, instead loses his footing once again. That's not the first time he's done that. And will be a fast break point for this Matador squad. That was Isaiah Brown on that one. He has 15 points so far in this game. We're down to 2, and we've got a timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them as we continue coverage. 52-50, and that's right back in a moment right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. It's been a 6-0 run for the Sandia Matadors as we get into the fourth quarter. Hobbs unable to get past the 52 that they had set up, but at the end of the third quarter, and need to get an offensive spark as it is now down to 2. Sandia looking a little stronger as George had looked like he'd hurt himself a little bit. Is still kind of hobbling, but for the most part is not letting it slow him down. So Wally is out. Actually, no, that's the wrong side. Let's see, that is Izzo Rodriguez out there for the Hobbs Eagles. Looks like that is Sanders who's going to be inbounding the ball. And that is over to Lowe. Lowe is going to get it back to Sanders. Sanders is going to cross the timeline on the right, and that'll be a bump foul against George Smith.
Fouls on number 1, George Smith is first.
And oddly enough, that is only his first team foul as well, with 5:33 remaining in this game. Back in the hands of Lowe, top of the arc. Now it's going to go inside to David. He has not been posted up enough. Thought about a three, but instead waved it off. Over to Morales inside now as he gets to Izzo Rodriguez. Tries for a shot, misses. Rebounded by, that was going to be Brown. Brown goes and dishes it out to the three-point land, misses that shot. David gets that rebound. It's been a while since he's had one. Actually not, yeah, David. Back again are the Matadors. Still unable to get a shot to go in. It's been 4 minutes, well, 3 minutes at least since Hobbs has scored. Isaiah Brown, inside drive, goes ahead and throws it back out to three, misses and goes off the back of the rim for Hogus. Hogus misses that three.
For your Eagles, number 3, Lyric Soria, and number 5, Josiah Clay.
So out is going to be Morales and Rodriguez. In is Clay and Soria. Clay has 14 points along with Soria, so they're the two leading scorers so far. 15 points from Isaiah Brown for the Sandia Matadors. Taking a moment to get everything set up. As it is 4:34 remaining. 2-point lead, and Hobbs has had this since the third quarter. Going to go ahead and drive across, get it across the timeline for Lowe. And Jadarius Lowe is going to hand it off to, that is going to be Soria. Lyric is going to get it back to Lowe. Inside, David couldn't quite handle that pass, and it's going to be a turnover for Hobbs as it gets back in the hands of Isaac Brown. Brown going to drive the lane, get it to a righty runner, but misses it. No call either, as it is taken by Clay for the rebound. It is Isaac, actually off to David. David's going to put up a three just short. And missed off the front. He hasn't missed too many of those today. The scoring drought has gone to 4 minutes. Almost 5, did get it out, and the Matadors with George tried to throw it out but did not get his balance in time, ran out of bounds, and will be a turnover again. So turnovers back to back for Hobbs, and then the Matadors back to the hands of the Eagles. In the hands of Lowe once again. He's going to cross the timeline, looks like, slow it down a little bit. Get a play, give it to Soria as he's going to go to his left, actually his right. Clay is going to go to his left. Get it inside to Lowe, and that is going to be an offensive foul, unfortunately, against Clay. Lowe, I mean. Third team foul for Hobbs, fourth one for Lowe. And Hobbs needs and some buckets. That is Dawes back over to Hogus. Inside for the streaking Isaac Brown, but he goes outside. Three-point shot on the way, no good as it goes in and out. It is going to be Saunders with his rebound. He's had quite a few today. Second team foul, the Matadors. Dawes gets that call, his second, team's second as well, so nobody's going to be shooting. Hobbs inbounds, goes to Soria. Soria's going to take it across the timeline, get it over to Saunders. He's going to go ahead and opt out of a 3, put in a 2 and miss. Rebound, though, by Lowe's, and bam, boom goes the dynamite. You know what I'm saying? Because that one is the first one of the quarter and a travel, so back it goes to Hobbs after that nice 2-pointer from Lowe's. In fact, he was the one who called that in the first place. Soria, though, in the front court, going to go ahead and inbound it over to Jadarius. Just across the timeline with 2:46 remaining and a 4-point lead. Finally, a score for Hobbs in this fourth quarter. Going to get it to Soria once again. Just get a little passing back and forth, seeing if they get an opening. Finally do get a little bit. Over to Sanders, a 3-pointer on the way, and it is good! 3-pointer for Sanders on the left corner. And I believe that is his second one of the game. Yes, indeed. Timeout. Oh, they got a, oh, I see. So another ball was turned over by Matadors. When we get back, Hobbs is going to have the ball with 2:26 remaining and a 7-point lead after not being able to score in the fourth quarter. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Well, this one looks like it could go down to the wire as we have a 57-50 game, 7-point lead for Hobbs. And they're about to get the ball back as Sanders is getting ready to inbound it. Looks like that it's going to be Lyric Soria, but they are going to still. Matadors are still going to press. They do get it to Soria as he's running the lane. He's going to get it up and drain it in as they left that lane wide open for Soria. On the other side, though, nice attempt, left him open and could not finish. That was, of course, Isaiah Brown. Trying to get it back for Soria once again. Could not get that one, but this one's going to be a 3-pointer off the front of the rim for David. And Soria once again with another attempt, this time from 3 points as he gets further back. Maybe just running a little clock. He does put a shot in, misses, and it's going to be Clay doing defense. Isaiah Brown trying to go around, finds a 3 spot and hits the front of the rim. Going to go ahead and pass that out and to nobody, as it looked like the closest contender was Hogus, and it was an ill-timed pass for Isaiah Brown, who apparently is still leading the Matadors in scoring. Body on the floor, but that didn't stop the play, as it is Isaiah Brown once again going to go ahead and lay up a 2-pointer and try to get them back in this game. Timeout on the floor, 1:25 to go, 59-52, a 7-point lead, and this game is coming down to the wire. Let's get back here in just about 30 seconds as we continue coverage on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Van is rocking it, as so is Hobbs, coming back after getting down to 2 points, a 2-point lead. They have come back strong and been able to get back to 7. Actually, they had a 9-point lead just a moment ago. Now it's back to 7, but nevertheless, though, with just about a minute and a half to go in this game, It is looking like 1:25 to be exact. And it looks like Hobbs, as long as they continue to stay the course, can get the victory. Once again, it is Soria with 16 points. It is Malachi David with 14 points. And Jadaris Lowe with 6. Also have on the court Sanders, 2 threes, and he's made 8 points so far. Love to get a double-digit score by the end of this game. Jadaris Lowe is getting it out. Got it to Clay, got it back to Lowe, and Clay's got it again, trying to get it into the front court. Finally did on Saunders. Thought about a 3 instead. Going to go ahead and get it to the big man. Landed it underneath the basket and did get that roundabout 2. Nicely done. You thought that would have been happening more often, but it hasn't so far. And a quick point for George Smith once again, who has been the heart and soul of this team, along with it was him and Brown have been the sole reason why this is so close. 61-54 is what I should say, the score.
65 seconds.
And we've got not very much time left. Oh, we got 1 minute exactly. All right, I thought it was less than a minute now, but we are having a timeout. So on the other side, it is going to be, well, they don't have George on the floor, so I don't know what his score is right now, other than I think it is, I think he may be leading with 18, if my count is correct. They've got on the floor, on the board, that Isaiah Brown has 17, so they got 2 scorers in double figures with 54 altogether. 1:05 remaining in the game. Once again, the Taskovich band getting pumped up for the crowd as it'll be inbounded by Hobbs. Play once again, double teamed as they try to get it out of the backcourt. We'll get it to Soria, get it over to Saunders, who is going to go ahead and get it back to Soria on the right. Will get the reach in foul. Not sure if that's going to be, looked like that was actually going to be Minifield, his second. So still not in bonus yet with 3 for each side. Gets it over to Soria, number 3. Another foul, quick one too, as it is now 55.7 seconds remaining in this game.
Fouls on number 22, J.J. Minifield.
And Minifield gets 2 in a row, but that still is 4. 1 more, and that will put Hobbs on the line. In the hands of Soria, he's going to play it up real quick, misses, gets a rebound from David, and he is able to punch it in for 2. (63-54), 9-point lead, and Hobbs Faithful and some others are starting to make their way to the exits. And this is going to be a personal foul. Oh, I see. As Clay has fouled out. So let's see if I can catch his numbers. I do believe he had 7 at the half. I think he had 12 overall. So first attempt for bounced in. So Minifield with 4 fouls, or actually 3 fouls right now, gets his first free throw to go in. After bounced off the back and was able to get in to the cylinder. Second one is going to be up. And this one doesn't bounce as well. David is one that's able to get the rebound. And double teamed once again as it is a foul. This time we'll take him to the line because they're in bonus.
Fouls on number 1, George Smith is second.
Smith gets the second foul.
Eagles are in double bonus. At the
And both sides. Actually, Eagles went away, or actually Sandia went away from a double bonus, but definitely Eagles in bonus now. To the line right now, low, as he drains the first one.
Substitution for the Matadors. Number 32, Isaiah Brown.
Second one misses, and that's all right. 36 seconds remaining as it is driven down. He tries for a shot, misses, rolls it the wrong way, and Hobbs misses that one. Back is going to be Malachi David, and gets double teamed, and will get the foul as well. So he's going to go to the line to shoot two. I do believe that was going against Dawes, but I believe this is his first attempts for the game.
2 shots, number 2, Malachi David.
Dawes with 3, and Malachi David drains that one nicely. And according to my records, that is his first attempt. He had 16 points. Could get 17 if he makes this. And he does. 17 points right there. And that extends the lead to 11 with just 20 seconds to go. Shot put up, once again by Isaiah Brown.
Fouls on number 1,
That'll be
Josiah
Josiah
Morales.
Morales, his first. Nevertheless, though, it's going to be
At the line shooting 2 shots, number 32,
double
Isaiah
bonus.
Brown.
So for Isaiah Brown, he has not missed a free throw. He's 6 for 6, 7 for 7 actually, as he gets 2 more. Drain that one. So let's say that is drain that one as well. So 2 for 2 on that last trip.
30-second timeout, Matadors.
Matadors take a 30-second timeout. We'll take one with them as we'll be back in a moment to continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. By the way, 20.3 seconds remaining. Just so you know, 66-57, a 9-point lead for the Eagles. And we are closing in on the finale on this one, second game in a row that Hobbs will win, and will also earn a nice 2-0 record. Remember that Isaiah Brown did miss 1 free throw, so he is right now at 8 of 9 for the free throws. Hobbs does get it in to Malachi. Malachi is, actually that's to Soria now. Underneath for Sanders, and he gets a nice layup underneath, easy peasy for 2. From Soria to Saunders. And with 3 seconds to go, George tries to put up a shot, misses as it hits the rim, or actually the backboard, and that will be it. Final score, 68-57, as we get another Hobbs Eagle victory. Both sides, both the girls and the boys won. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Hobbs Eagle Network. All right, we are back, and it is official. We have 2 winning teams. Hobbs Lady Eagles, of course, won their first one of the season as they played Sandia Lady Matadors. And then the Hobbs Eagles came in 1-0 against a team that had not started yet and gave them their first loss. Last year, Sandia Matadors were 27-4 under Coach Danny Brown. And this time around, just could not get enough, even though there was a 2-point differential at one point during the fourth quarter. But in the end, it became the Hobbs Eagles' victory. So, yeah, looked like David is working on his 3-point shooting, and expected to see him more underneath the basket. But nevertheless, though, it is going to be a situation where Ross is going to be working on that one as well. Of course, next game is going to be next month. And you're going to have Ty Friend here, along with probably Anthony Sovereign, or Sovereign Anthony, I should say his name right. As the football season is over, but unfortunately so is Hernandez, Javier Hernandez, with an ankle injury. Hopefully it's not too bad, but if it is, he may be missing some or all of the season for the basketball team. But nevertheless, so we're hoping and wishing the best for him as he recovers from that unfortunate injury. Looking at the Sandia Matadors, one of the players that you had to watch and appreciate is George Smith, as he got the ball quite often. He even got himself hurt at one point, but able to come back and continue to play. Another one was Isaiah Brown. He seemed to be all over the court as well, making the most of his. In fact, he only missed 1 free throw, so 8 of 9 from the field. Other than that, what can we say other than Hobbs is playing great? And I think they will go into this head held high. And let's see who they're playing next, because I forgot that part. But for the Hobbs Eagles, of course, they had a great season last year under the coach, Ronald Ross, his first year officially. And they're hoping to see that again. So on the 2nd of December, that'll be on a Tuesday, they'll be going and playing Centennial right here at Tasker Arena. Of course, then there's going to be a Thursday game, and that'll be away. They'll be going against Mesa Vista. So those 2 teams, and then after that, actually, I think it's going to be a tournament. I know it's going to be a tournament. I forget what the name of it is, but they're going to start a tournament, first one of the season, on the 4th of December. And that'll go on from the 4th to the 6th, and whether we cover it or not, that usually is around the same time, I think, as Stuff a Truck, but nevertheless, we will figure something out. Then after that, it'll be Espanola Valley, and that'll be at the Cameron Martinez Sun Devils shootout. So got some real good games on the road. Then with that, then Hobbs is going to be here for a while to play in the under the lights of Task Arena and to be able to play for the fans. So for myself, for Tiffany Stuber, and also for Evie Stuber as well, I'm sure she had her hand in it or two, along with Ty Friend for the football season. That is over with, unfortunately, but hey, great season for the Hobbs Eagles, and we are happy to cover both sides, both the football and also very happy to be able to be here, very honored that I got to watch the first game of the Lady Eagles. Thank you very much for watching yourself, and remember, you can always watch it whether on YouTube, on HobbsAmerica.com, or you can catch it from time to time on the Facebook page, whether it be on Cool 95.7 or on Kicks. And we also do games on KZOR. Thanks again for watching, and you have yourself a great weekend and a happy Thanksgiving.